Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the June 21st, 2016 meeting of the Town of Los Gatos Joint Town Council Parking Authority meeting. If you haven't already done so, please silence your devices. And Madam Clerk, if you will please call the roll.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Barbara Spector.
Here. At each meeting, we have what I call a stellar student come up and help us lead in the flag salute. And today, that stellar student is Scarlett Wales. Scarlett, would you please come up? Let me tell you a little bit about Scarlett. We'll start with the easy stuff. She's in the 3rd grade. She's been homeschooled and gone to Young Genius Speech and Debate Academy. Now, the next thing I've learned about her was very impressive for me. She has performed with the Moscow Ballet in the Nutcracker for 3 years. In addition to that, she likes math, gymnastics, piano, she's a swimmer, and she sings. So the staff and, her teachers and her family told me these things, but I wanted to talk a little bit before the meeting, about other things that she may like, and I found this out about Scarlett. She has a pet. It's a hermit crab. I learned that all hermit crabs are females, and that her hermit crab's name is Halo. So please stand and join us for the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's give Scarlett a round of applause. Another round of applause. And now, I would like to invite Leah and Tito Roque up here to the front. Now, every month, the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos honors what we call the small business. We give the small business big applause. And these are businesses that have served the town of Los Gatos and its community members for a very long period of time. This evening, the award for Small Business Big Applause goes to Gatos Cleaners. Let's give them a round of applause. Gatos Cleaners has actually been in Los Gatos for 50 years. And for the past 26 years, Tito and Leah have been owning and operating the cleaners. And so because of their service to our community, and as I said, from the commendation from the entire town council of the town of Los Gatos. Now, I asked them if they wanted to say a few words. Leah said no. Tito said yes. So here we go.
Good evening, Mrs. Mayor. Good evening, council members. Good evening, townspeople. Yeah, I would just like to express our gratitude for this award. So it means a lot to us, especially coming from the town of Los Gatos. So in behalf of my beautiful wife, Leah, I would like to thank Mrs. Mayor and all the council members and all of you for giving us this award. Thank you.
At this point on our agenda, we have a closed session report. Mr. Schultz?
Yes, good evening. Prior to tonight's regular session, council met in closed session to discuss labor negotiations. This is where they discussed labor negotiations with the different labor unions for the town. No action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you. Council Town Manager reports, beginning with council reports. Ms. Jensen?
I didn't attend anything official on behalf of the town, but as always, I met with various residents and business owners regarding different issues in the town since our last meeting.
Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. 2 weeks ago, you signed a proclamation for Alzheimer's Awareness Month, so I spent today in Sacramento advocating for the Alzheimer's Association. I have my purple sash from that. On Sunday, I attended the ribbon cutting with you for the new Music in the Park by the new volunteer organization. It went very well. Congratulations to Ron Simner, Paul Kent, and Scott Kennelly for a successful first Music in the Park. On Monday, I attended the 85 Quarter Policy Advisory Board, where we approved the exact ballot language for the 85 portion of the VTA sales tax measure. 2 Thursdays ago, I attended the Cities Association Select Committee and the Legislative Committee and the Board. The one significant thing from the Board was they're recommending that cities pass an accelerated minimum wage increase to $15 by 2019. That's over what the state's, faster than the state's plan. And 2 Wednesdays ago, I also attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority Board meeting.
Thank you. Since the last meeting, I attended a Santa Clara County Mayor's meeting regarding a minimum wage initiative that is starting to take place throughout the county. I, along with the manager, attended the West Valley Mayor-Manager meeting, which focused on Governor Brown's by right development mandate. On Sunday, I also attended the Music in the Park opening and ribbon cutting for the new producers of Music in the Park Inc. Ms. Sayak.
Thank you. In addition to the constituent meetings, this last Thursday, I joined our Los Gatos Monitoring Police Department in the law enforcement torch run for the Special Olympics, where we picked up the torch from the sheriff's office and handed it off to Campbell.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Since our last meeting, I attended 2 general business meetings. One was for the Treatment Plant Advisory Committee in San Jose, and the other was for the West Valley Sanitation District Board of Directors meeting, and I have nothing to report back on those meetings.
Thank you. Ms. Pervetti, Manager Matters.
Thank you. I have 3 announcements for you this evening. This weekend will be the first of several weekends where we will be implementing the temporary partial street closure for the town of Los Gatos on South Santa Cruz and Wood Avenue. We've been working to promote this idea to make sure residents and others in the Bay region know of this. We are collecting data. You will see cameras at all signalized intersections in the downtown, and I know they're eliciting some curiosity by our townspeople. Second of all, on July 2nd, the story poles for the North 40 come down. This is per the approved story pole exception. Photographs are being taken, and that documentation will be available on the web. And lastly, we'd like to invite all of you to join us for our 4th of July celebration at Oak Meadow Park. Thank you.
And thank you. We now have our consent calendar. Our consent calendar this evening consists of items 1 through 13. Those items will be adopted in one motion unless someone from the council or the community removes an item or items from the consent calendar. Does anyone from the council wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? Seeing no one, does anyone from the audience wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? I do not have a card. Seeing no one coming forward, I will look to the council for a motion. Ms. Sayak?
I move to approve the consent items, items 1 through 13, as contained in our staff report.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Sayak, seconded by Mr. Leonardis, to approve the consent calendar. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now on verbal communications, and if anyone wants to address us on verbal communications, or in fact any item remaining on our calendar, please submit to the clerk over here a card, a speaker card. I do have several individuals wishing to address us on verbal communications. John Shepherdson.
Town of Los Gatos is from a great amount of debt. Why so much debt and traffic in Los Gatos? Why is the town in the worst financial condition in its history? We follow the money. We're losing about $416,000 a month because of an excessive police budget. In 1999, the state of California increased pensions, and it was passed along here in Los Gatos. So Los Gatos matched the state pensions, and Los Gatos has lots of police officers. Our unfunded pension liability in 2003 was $0. Now it's $39 million. Los Gatos police budget on the expenditure side is about $15 million, according to the public pamphlet. Saratoga is about $5 million. They're about the same population. Cupertino is about double our population, and they're at $10 million. So that makes us financially dependent on approving large projects like the North 40, which then create more traffic, loss of the town, more mandated housing, more students in our schools. And the mandated housing, for example, on the Netflix project, when we approve that project, that means commercial development. The state's going to require more mandated housing. So the many parents that came out for that project, maybe if they realized that down the road there's going to be more mandated housing that's impact our schools, they might have approached the project differently. So this is staff report. Town remains challenged, availability of limited resources to augment the 215 budget, future budgets. This is the Netflix project, which is going to create more mandated housing. That's undisputed. So what's the solution? And obviously I've been presenting it repeatedly, and I'm speaking to you, and I'm also speaking to the public, because public sentiment is very important. Frankly, I've been disappointed that the council has not opted for a third-party independent review. We could have management partners come in. It's going to cost, I don't know, according to the town report, $35,000, $65,000. And let's do it of the entire budget, because we're already talking about raising taxes. So before we raise taxes, why don't we also look at our budget side to get the bang for the buck, because it's government of, by, and for the people. It's not for the union. It's not for special interests. It's for the people. And so that's going to take frankly, courage on your part, because I know there's political pressure. I know you've gotten threats that if you go down that route. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card, Jack Van Naden.
Actually, John and I are not inclusion. I didn't even know he was going to be talking on essentially the same subject as myself. But some of our numbers differ. As of June 30th, 2014, the unfunded accrued liabilities have risen from $9 million in 2003 to over $49 million in 2014, a rise of 544%. Even though CalPERS has had 20-year returns averaging over 77.5%, our unfunded liabilities have continued to rise to at least $49 million, and we believe will go substantially higher. That $49 million is much lower than even CalPERS currently estimates. If we were to buy out our debt today, CalPERS would want in excess of $200 million. CalPERS reevaluates the status of the unfunded liabilities every 2 years. In 9 days, we will reach the end of the second year. In the desk item I have forwarded to you, there is substantial reason to believe that our funding contributions will increase substantially. The increase in the UAL does three things. It increases required contributions, reduces the funded percentage, and passes our debt forward to the next generation. Several changes to the pension plan have been made by the town and by CalPERS to help communities reduce the UAL over 20 years. These changes are, in our opinion, much too little, too late. Regardless, CalPERS is raising our contribution level. This will require that we raise revenues and cut costs elsewhere. These increases are real debt in the private sector, and only until very recently has it been required that local municipalities and the state record this debt on their balance sheets. This should get the attention of all budget watchers. I don't know how or if this will affect our credit rating. The only way to avoid cutting costs and raising revenues would be for CalPERS to have extraordinary investment returns for many years with very few minor downturns. We see two possible choices to fund the UAL. One, reduce operating costs and other spending, and two, increase revenues. The premise of this memo is that CalPERS has used an unrealistically high discount rate of 7.5%, causing them to have to invest in riskier stocks and bonds. Their latest plan is going to increase liability payments for many years to come. The council needs to take a leadership role now and bite the political bullet. We need to get the unfunded dollars down to a more realistic level. We cannot pass this on to our children and our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Leroy Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Peter Leroy Munoz. I'm the Vice President of the City of Gilroy, the Vice Mayor of the City of Gilroy, and Vice President of Technology and Innovation Policy for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I'm here tonight to thank you for your support on the regional transportation measure that Councilmember Rennie spoke about earlier this evening. As I'm sure you're all very well aware, this is a half-cent sales tax, monies of which will be specifically allocated for addressing regional transportation needs. As I emphasize the fact of regional in nature, this is certainly something that I know that members of our community throughout the region will benefit from. But in particular, there are specific benefits for the residents here in Los Gatos. Let me speak to those very briefly. Firstly, there are money set aside in the amount of $50 million for Highway 17 corridor congestion relief. These include upgrades to Highway 17-9 interchange to improve pedestrian and bicycle safety and roadway operations. There will also be deployment of advanced transportation technology to reduce freeway cut-through traffic in your town. This will include traffic signal control system upgrades in the town, as well as upgrades to traveler information systems and advanced ramp metering systems as well. There will also be money set aside to support multimodal congestion relief solutions. These include enhancements to Highway 17 express bus service, as well as implementation of a local bus system improvements that reduce auto trips throughout the region. Finally, there is money for development of park and ride lots to serve as transit hubs for express buses, shuttles, and local bus system connections. Additionally, there is money set aside for road maintenance locally for your surface streets throughout the town, and that amount is in the amount of $17,406,806. So it's quite a bit of money that's set aside for Los Gatos. Additionally, there is money more regionally set aside for the West Valley North County Transit. That is in the amount of $350 million. That will go toward funding a project within the Highway 85 corridor, specifically for mass transit needs. Finally, there is also money set aside for bike ped and safety improvements. What's very important to note about all of this money is that this is a specific tax. That is, money that is set aside can only be used for the purposes articulated in the language of the measure, as opposed to a general tax. While there might be suggestions as to how those monies might be used, that money can actually be used for any purpose, and that can be decided upon at any time at any specific meeting. So this money is set aside in a very specific way for one of the greatest needs throughout the region. That's transportation congestion, and the specific tax goes to giving constituents certainty as to where the money will go. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Angelia Dorner. That's the last card I have on verbal communications. If anyone else wants to address us, please submit a card.
Hello, I'm Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove, and I just wanted to, through you, Mayor, thank the town manager and all of the staff for the really great meeting that was held this past Wednesday concerning the North 40. I think it was very well received by the people out here in the cheap seats, if you will, and provided an awful lot of clarification and new and important information as all of us start considering North 40 going forward. So I really just want to thank you. I know it was a lot of hard work to put all that together and a little bit daunting to put yourself on the line for that. So for you and all of your staff, I just want to thank you.
All right, I have no other cards, so we will now go on past verbal communications to our public hearings. Our first public hearing is Agenda Item 14, Landscape and Lighting Assessment Districts 1 and 2. Let's start with staff report.
Good evening, Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. Before you have the annual assessment district report. We have 6 assessment districts throughout the town that receive an enhanced level of service, and the property owners pay for that service through assessments on their tax roll on an annual basis. This sets that is a public hearing to set that assessment for the following fiscal year, and that concludes staff's report. We're here for questions.
Do we have questions of staff? Seeing none, thank you. I have no cards. Does anyone want to address us on this item? Seeing no one coming forward, we will now go back to the council for a motion. Ms. Jensen.
I move that the council adopt the resolutions contained in attachments 1 through 6 as recommended on page 2 of our staff report.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion by Ms. Jensen, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, staff and council. Agenda item 15 is an architecture and site application S15059 for property located at 126 Clover Way. This is an appeal of a planning commission decision. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jocelyn Puga, Assistant Planner. The applicant is requesting approval for a request to demolish an existing single-family residence and construct a new single-story home and detached garage. The Planning Commission considered the application on April 27th and unanimously voted to deny the architecture and site application due to concerns that the residence would be substantially larger than other homes in the immediate neighborhood, would have a greater visual impact due to the corner lot location, and that the proposed architectural style would not blend with the immediate neighborhood. The applicant appealed the decision of the Planning Commission on May 9th. The appeal identified that the Planning Commission erred or abused in its discretion due to the fact that the proposal is in compliance with the maximum floor area ratio for the property. The appeal also identified that there is new information, which consists of the applicant submitting revised drawings based on the Planning Commission's concerns. These revised drawings are included as Attachment 7 in your packet this evening. The architectural style of the revised plans would better relate to the immediate neighborhood. However, based on the decision of the Planning Commission, staff recommends that the Town Council uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and deny the appeal because the residents, even with the proposed revisions, would still be the largest home in the immediate neighborhood with regards to square footage and FAR. This completes staff's presentation, and we are happy to assist the Council with any questions.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Ms. Jensen.
Ms. Puga, I looked in preparation for tonight's meeting to find any kind of rule, guideline, standard, resolution, policy that indicates that a house cannot be the largest in the neighborhood. I couldn't find one. Is there such a regulation? And if there is, can you point me to where it is?
There is not a specific regulation that says a home cannot be the largest in the immediate neighborhood. Rather, the residential design guidelines talk about incorporating larger homes or homes of different styles into immediate neighborhoods.
Follow-up question? So I looked at the residential guidelines in the introduction, and it indicates that the town recognizes and welcomes the need for change, and it goes on to talk about scale, texture, and character of the neighborhood. It says that they are not intended to dictate or establish a particular style or size, so I'm wondering where you get from the guidelines what your answer was, because I didn't see it.
Sure. If you refer to the residential design guidelines, I believe it's under building development, but we can confirm that. We talk about similar homes in terms of bulk and massing and scale, and so when staff looks at an application which is resulting in the largest in the immediate neighborhood, those are the sections that we would refer to.
Mr. Rennie.
Two questions. So the proposed plan is how much larger than the next largest house in the immediate neighborhood?
The revised plans, that
Yes.
they would be 91 square feet larger than the next home.
91 square feet. And the orange story poles that are out there, I drove by and looked at them yesterday, are those for the original house or the revised house?
I believe that they are for the original house, but the applicant confirmed that.
So those would be reduced by 600 and something square feet then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You've been making reference to immediate neighborhood, and when you use that terminology, what do you mean?
As the residential design guidelines define it, it's the 2 homes on either side and the 5 directly across the street.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, I invite the appellant up. You will have 10 minutes. And while he's making his way up here, let's do disclosures, if any. Ms. Jensen, we'll start with you and go down the row.
I've visited the site, or driven by it, I should say. I had scheduled meetings with the appellant, but they didn't happen.
Mr. Rennie?
I did meet with the appellant, I think it was probably about 2 weeks ago, and then yesterday I drove by and sat in the neighborhood and got a feel for it and looked at the house and the story poles.
I met with the appellant. I didn't learn anything that was not in our staff report materials, and I drove through the neighborhood, not only in front of the subject home, but throughout the entire neighborhood. Ms. Sayak?
Thank you. I watched the Planning Commission meeting. I met with the applicant and applicant/owner, and I visited the site last week.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually just drove through the neighborhood and visited the site and examined the story poles.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Page. I'm the owner of 126 Clover Way, along with my wife, and also the appellant of the Planning Commission's ruling. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I wanted to thank all of you for the time that you made available And I especially wanted to apologize to Council Member Jensen for a major scheduling snafu on my part. We had made time, and that was my fault that we never got to be able to connect. So thank you all for your time on the private basis. So the goal of our project was to increase the number of bedrooms to account for our growing family. We just had our third daughter. She's 6 months old, and we have a 3-bedroom house, and so wanted to increase the number of bedrooms. My wife and I work from home and wanted to also include home offices in our new design plan, and also wanted to have a space for grandparents to come who are part of our child care plan to be able to stay in a comfortable place and not have to share a room with a newborn baby. So that was the project that we initially put forward. It was a 3,800 square foot contemporary design home. My wife and I really liked the contemporary design. We thought it fit well with the size and scale of the home that we had proposed. But got good feedback from the Planning Commission that, number one, our prominent lot location was not fitting, made the design, size, scale, and mass of the home even more prominent in the neighborhood. And that played a really key part in their decision that, even having a contemporary design, even though it was unanimously supported by all of our neighbors, it was not really in keeping with the other homes in the immediate neighborhood and in our Surrey Farms neighborhood. The size was also deemed to be significantly larger, not necessarily on a size per se basis, but on an FAR basis. It would have been an FAR of our lot at a 0.28, and I think that would probably have been the largest one in Surrey Farms, even though that is the size at which we could have built up according to the town measures, ordinances rather. And then so those were the two major feedback loops that we got from the Planning Commission. So the architect and Kristen and myself got together and with Eugene, and we really put our heads together and challenged ourselves to put forth a home that number one, the neighborhood could be proud of. Number two, would fit in well. Number three, would be of size, mass, rhythm, harmonize with the neighborhood. And then number four, would meet our needs. And so in doing that, we were able to reduce the size of from the original home to the new home by over 670 square feet, over 18%. And we are also able to change the design to soften it from a streetscape standpoint, to have it blend in a little bit more prominently with the existing homes in the neighborhood, and then also to make it a little bit friendlier. We added a wraparound porch to add a little bit of southern charm, or just kind of welcoming to the neighborhood, because our home really is an interesting gateway home. It's not only a corner lot, it stands up as you all have visited the home, but as people use the Oldie Road cut through to get to Kennedy a lot. So it's a very prominent home, and there's a lot of traffic going around that way. So having a very welcoming looking home is a nice gateway both into and out of the Surrey Farms neighborhood. And we really considered the whole Surrey Farms neighborhood our neighborhood, not just what was in our immediate neighborhood, but Surrey Farms in general, because that was the neighborhood that we really fell in love with when we bought our home. We liked the one-story ranch feels. Those are the homes that both of my wife and I grew up in, and we liked the size and the size and kind of the FAR, the build out feel of the lots in the neighborhood. So that was very important to us to maintain that feel in the revised plan. And as such, I think we have done a good job. We created a design that complemented our lot location. It complemented the size and scale of the new home. We tried to put a modern, kind of the contemporary design on the new decreased sized home, and it just didn't look right, even though that was one of our preferred methods. This kind of craftsman style is also preferred as well, and we like it just the same. And in fact, we're really happy with the new revised plan that we have. So, and then we also felt like this home just blends really nicely with the neighborhood. It looks like a Surrey Farms home. It looks like a home that fits in nicely. And as far as home sizes are concerned, we're 91 square feet larger than a home in our immediate neighborhood, and 163 square feet larger than the second largest home in our immediate neighborhood. But I just wanted to kind of draw attention to the council's. This is the neighborhood map of Surrey Farms. Do I have? Oh, cool. if I could draw your attention to the red squares are homes that have a square footage within 10%, less than 10% or greater than our home. And then the blue stars are buildings that have a FAR at 0.2 or greater. And so if you're looking at homes in the immediate Surrey Farms neighborhood, the red-blue lots are lots that are very similar to the proposed structure, the proposed plan that we're putting forth. Our FAR would be 0.23, and our square footage would be 3,101 feet. So, all of these homes have similar FARs and similar sizes compared to the home that we're proposing. So while in our immediate neighborhood there are not a lot of homes that have that size and feel, you go one house outside of our immediate neighborhood and you have a home that is 3,180 square feet and an FAR of 0.21. You go two doors down on the other side at 172, you're at 3,600 square feet of an FAR of 0.23. Another corner lot at Long Meadow and Twin Oaks, similar to our corner lot, 4,500 square feet at 0.24 FAR. The 160 Blueberry Hill is, 160 Long Meadow, 2,900 square feet at 0.21, and then there are a bunch of 0.24s and 0.23 FARs in Blueberry Hills. So there is precedent within the neighborhood of the sizing, and not only the size of the individual home, but also the utilization of the land. And so that was the basis behind which we kind of chose, we married both the need of our families with the wanting to maintain the buildability of the land within Surrey Farms. So. Oh, I'm sorry. One last thing. Sorry, I'm going to boot you off. We love our neighborhood. We love our neighborhood because our neighbors are wonderful people, and we also have a great relationship with a lot of them in our immediate neighborhood. In addition, we love the homes and the feel and the proximity to the open space preserves and bobcats walking through our front yards and whatnot. So it was really important for us in this home to have neighborhood support. And so all the circles are people that we have spoken to about this project and about our plans, both old and updated, in order to make sure that they too were kept in the loop. They understood what was going on, and they agreed with what we were doing. And we took into consideration if there are any issues or concerns, and actually there were not any. Even on the original plan, there were not any. We just only nothing but unanimous support. Want to talk about the
I'm just going to, Eugene Sakai, project architect for the pages. I just want to talk a little bit about our earlier experience with the previous design and taking that through Planning Commission, and maybe even going even a step before that in talking about the discussion between myself and my clients about whether or not a contemporary design, actually the one that you see behind you on your left, would be appropriate for Los Gatos. And having done a number of projects in this town, to be quite honest, I had my doubts whether we could get a modern design approved in Surrey Farms and in Los Gatos. And but we worked very closely with the town's consulting architect, Larry Cannon. We had multiple rounds of discussion about size, scale, roof line, building form, and as Councilmember Jensen pointed out, the design guidelines do not dictate scale. They do not dictate style, I should say. And so it was a pleasant surprise when, even with our contemporary design, we were able to get an approval or a letter of support from Mr. Cannon for our contemporary design. The one reservation he had was with regard to the roof material, the standing seam which we had proposed. And so before you is our traditionally styled, traditional flavor design with an asphalt shingle roof, traditional material palette, and overall, as my client mentioned, I think a much more traditional, neighborhood-friendly design. And even though we haven't had the chance to show this to Mr. Cannon, I'm hoping you'll see that it is more in keeping with Los Gatos and Surrey Farms.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant or appellant? Seeing none, We have no cards. Does anyone in the audience wish to address us on this agenda item? See no one coming forward, I thank you both. We will close the public testimony of this hearing and look to the council for questions, comments, motion. Ms. Jensen.
I'll just try a motion and see what happens. My motion would be to grant the appeal, adopt the resolution that is contained at Attachment 6 with Exhibits A and B that go with it. Attachment 6, or the resolution, does call out the new design. I have to say I am disappointed that you didn't stick with your modern, because I think it's okay to do that, but I understand why you went the way you did. My motion to grant the appeal is based on the fact that there is new information that we have before us, which is a new design, which is more traditional. It's smaller. 91 square feet, I think, is absolutely negligible in terms of the size of the house versus other houses in the area. They're all they're large lots. They're all spread out. I think that no one would notice 91 square feet. I think that the appellant has indicated or shown that he is responsive to what the Planning Commission had asked for. So I think it's appropriate for the council to grant the appeal and adopt the resolution at Attachment 6, and that's my motion.
We have a motion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'll second the motion, echoing the comments of Ms. Jensen.
Thank you for the discussion. Mr. Rennie.
I just want to comment. I did go out and look at the house, as I said, and I pulled out the plan for the new house, and I compared to the other houses in the neighborhood. And, I think that the new certainly fits perfectly in with what's already in the neighborhood. I saw pretty much the same materials. There's even stone on the hillside across the way. There wasn't any large porch like that, but I think we can allow them to have a large porch like this. I noted even the houses that were, there's quite a hill from their side of the street to the other, and the houses that were up the hill, even though the numbers said they were smaller, they looked equally big to me. And even with the story poles that are the old design that are 600 and some larger, the house didn't look that large to me. So I will be supporting. Oh, one other thing I noted, they currently have a brick design, while none of the other houses on the street were brick except one on Oldie. So in fact, changing from their current house to the new design, I think, makes them fit into the neighborhood even better. So I will be supporting the motion.
Further discussion? All right, I will be supporting the motion. I don't believe that the Planning Commission erred. I thought that their discussion and their analysis was very consistent with the ordinances that currently exist. However, we have new information that they did not have, and so based on that new information, I believe that the motion and the resolution that it references is consistent with the way I think we should be going. All right, seeing no one else, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now on agenda item 16, and I should note that I do have speaker cards for this agenda item, but if anyone wishes to address us on this, please submit a speaker card to staff. This is agenda item 16, which is an architecture and site application, S16002, and conditional use permit application for property located at 212-216 North Santa Cruz Avenue. And this is an appeal from a denial by the Planning Commission. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Jocelyn Puga, Assistant Planner. The applicant is requesting approval for exterior modifications to an existing commercial building and approval to operate a group fitness use with group exercise classes. The Planning Commission considered the applications on April 27th and with a 3-to-1 vote voted to deny the architecture and site and conditional use permit applications. The Planning Commission was unable to make the required findings due to concerns regarding the proposed use and its consistency with the general plan, concerns that the proposed use would would impair the integrity and character of the central business district, and that the parking for the site is not sufficient for the use. The applicant appealed the decision of the Planning Commission on May 6th. The appeal identified that the Planning Commission erred or abused its discretion, and that the proposed applications are in compliance with the town code, including requiring the provided number of parking spaces. Based on the decision of the Planning Commission, staff recommends the Town Council uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and deny the appeal. There is also a desk item and addendum before you this evening which contain public comments and staff's responses to a council member's questions. This completes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions along with the Economic Vitality Coordinator.
Questions of staff. Ms. Jensen.
Just a simple question again. The proposed use requires 27 parking spaces based upon the current parking regulations that are adopted by the town of Los Gatos, correct?
It requires 24 parking spaces.
And they're supplying 27?
Correct. They're
So they are above the parking that they are required to have per current regulation, correct?
They are. So there are 4 existing tenant spaces. They will only be in 3 of those spaces, so they're reserving 3 additional spaces for that adjacent business. So currently 27.
Okay, so they're over the parking requirement.
For their use, they are in compliance.
Other questions of staff? See, Ms. Zayak.
Thank you, Ms. Puga. So watching the Planning Commission hearing, it sounded like there was significant debate amongst themselves about the parking ratio that staff employed to determine the parking, just because we don't have a specific parking formula for group exercise. Is that correct?
That is correct. There was discussion that the way we calculate these group fitness uses does not take into consideration the true amount of vehicles that they...
And so also watching it, one of the reasons my interpretation of it is the denial because they wanted the council to look at whether or not a parking ratio for health clubs was appropriate. Would you concur?
There were 2 commissioners, if you read the verbatim minutes, who did mention that this was an issue that the council could take forward.
Other questions? See no one. This is an appeal, and so if the appellant team will come on forward, you'll have 10 minutes. Please give us your name. And while you're doing that, we'll do disclosures. We'll start with Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I met with the applicant and the landlord.
Ms. Zayak?
I met with the property owner as well as concerned neighbors, businesses.
I met with the property owner and revisited the site. Mr. Rennie?
I met with the property owner and I searched out many of the businesses that were nearby for discussions, and I visited the parking lot behind several times at different times of the day.
Ms. Jensen?
I met with the property owner and have had conversations with business owners in the downtown.
Thank you. The appellant ready to go forward?
Yes.
You give us your name and then you'll have 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Paul Fusco. I'm the Senior Manager of Entitlements for SoulCycle. I first wanted to thank the council for giving us the opportunity to appeal. We're excited to be here. We're very excited to be part of this community. We have a signed petition of over 156 Los Gatos residents that are also excited to be here. If some here could raise their hand, that would be great. Awesome. First, I just want to step back. We know that there's a lot of contention over the parking, but I want to step back for who we are as a brand. We're an indoor cycling studio. We promote confidence, fitness, for people to better themselves. We have a lot of testimonials of people saying that they found comfort and positivity and support in keeping healthy. We've brought inspiration. We bring vitality to their lives. We've been around for 10 years this year. We're a sustained business. We have tens of thousands of people that believe in this cause, in addition to the folks that are here today. What makes us a little different, too, is that we want to be within the community that we're moving into. We're not just a national chain coming in to come in and saddle up and start taking business away. In fact, it's the opposite. We try to get involved as much as we can in the community. We do so, and it's our mantra. It's part of our mantra: pack, tribe, crew, posse, cult, gang, community. And by doing that, we get involved heavily in our community through charity rides, volunteer work. For example, up in Marin County, we've done back-to-school drives for Canal Alliance. We've also done a lot of volunteering for our Project Open Hands. For charity rides, we estimate this year we're going to be north of $2 million in charity. So it's not only for our own profit, we do it for everyone else. We do it for the community. People benefit from this. Not only the charity rides you can see in Marin, Stanford's Children's Hospital, but we also have a new Soul Scholarship program that we started to employ, where over 100 adolescents in the first year that are underserved can be paired up with someone to help ride in our studios and enjoy what we provide. People have seen physical transformations and breakthroughs. We have letters here of people saying for 7 months they've been riding and never felt better about themselves physically. They've also been through a pregnancy, they've been through cancer, they've been through difficult situations that Soul Cycle in our community help get them through. We do a lot of grassroots partnerships and programs that benefit the entire area. There's a lot of outreach, influencer rider programs, marketing promotions, local events, you name it. We try to do everything we can to get everyone involved. Now, us being downtown as well, we increase foot traffic for every one of our co-tenants. If someone comes to Soul Cycle, they might already be downtown. They might try to shop nearby, get a coffee, shop at local retail. It's proven through testimonies that we've had through many other retailers like Lululemon, Juice Press, J. Crew, to name a few, that we help create vitality downtown. We help bring people to an area and allow them to circulate around. And we're proud of that. And we have a lot of our neighbors that are in support of us that can attest to that. The other thing that we wanted to bring up is there's been a narrative that's gone around town the last week that we are, quote, going to destroy the downtown. We're here to destroy downtown Los Gatos. That there's going to be from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. an overwhelming amount of traffic that's going to gridlock the area. I can tell you it's just a false narrative. Our peak times are in the morning when parking is light, and evening when people are leaving and businesses are closing. And we have 15-minute intervals between our class. We're conscious of the parking, but we're doing what we can to alleviate it, and our peak times just show that we're not creating massive gridlock. And I'm going to have Bark speak to that.
Please give us your name.
Good evening, Mayor Spector, members of the council. I'm Bart Heckman, Land Use Council for Soul Cycle. I've just distributed, just before this hearing, a letter. I really try not to do that. I tried to get it in earlier today, but I missed the deadline. So I appreciate that you haven't read it. I'm going to spend just a couple minutes sort of walking through it for you. And really, I want to talk about your parking requirements. But I want to start off by saying what we're here to ask of you tonight is that you adopt what is called in the staff report Alternative 2, which is to grant the appeal, approve the CUP and the ASA, and to do that you have to make a certain finding, one of 3 findings. So that's what's addressed in the letter. But before we get there, really you have to put it in context and need to understand why 3 members of the Planning Commission voted to deny the application, particularly where 2 of the council members who voted to deny it expressly stated that they thought this was a great business to bring to downtown Los Gatos. And those are quoted here with Commissioner O'Donnell and Erickson, and additionally Commissioner Hudas, excuse me, who voted against the denial, echoed a similar sentiment. But Erickson, O'Donnell, and Commissioner Kane struggled with the notion that even though Soul Cycle meets the parking requirements that have been uniformly applied by the town to classes, exercise, and otherwise, the use would nonetheless cause parking problems. Commissioner Kane stated it, I think, pretty clearly. Well, the compliance with code makes sense, yes. We're saying maybe the code doesn't make sense for the compliance, and it's time for a change. It's time to make a change. After that, Commissioner Erickson expressly stated, as I think one of the council members has pointed out, what we really need to do is deny this, and that will get the applicant to appeal it, and that'll bring this concern we have about our parking regs to the council's attention. Commissioner O'Donnell echoed that were we to deny this, the town council will have the opportunity to do what they want. So, as those commissioners prophesized, we did appeal, and we're bringing this parking issue to your attention, and in particular the Planning Commission's distrust of the town's current parking requirements. But those parking requirements are indeed the town's requirements, and that provides the basis for making either the first or the third finding under your code. In my letter, I have provided a proposed finding that you could use or adapt for that purpose. I just want to close with a couple of thoughts. The town's parking requirements are based on use classifications, not popularity. That's why your Apple store has the exact same parking requirement on a square foot basis as your least popular, least trafficked retail store. Because the parking regs implicitly recognize that on the macro level, the parking ratios work. Businesses like SoulCycle, residents, they need to be able to rely on the town's uniform application of its regulations as they presently exist. And under those regulations, this application meets the code. So we're asking that you grant the appeal pursuant to Alternative 2, and I will turn it over to Laura. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Cox. I'm the Director of Marketing for SoulCycle here on the West Coast. I just want to reiterate a lot of what Paul said in the sense of, at our core brand pillar is community and philanthropy. As he said, we have raised over $2 million, or projected to raise over $2 million this year in charities, including charity rides for local schools, local businesses, and local nonprofits. We specifically sponsor local youth sports teams as well as part of our marketing plans, as well as donate to fundraisers in the community. We could not be more supportive of trying to give back to our individual communities at the studio level. I will also say that I'm often reached out to by local businesses who actually want to know where we're opening up next so that they, as similar retailers, can partner and develop their growth plans along with us. We would love to be part of the Los Gatos community. We are really excited about here and couldn't be more grateful for all the people and advocates we have on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions of any of the team? All right, Mr. Rennie, and who is the question for?
The lady that's sitting down, if she could,
all right,
if you could come back.
Ms. Cox?
So I was curious, you say the retailers that are similar that want to come near your store, what are those type of retailers?
Absolutely, a lot of juice bars. We have a lot of, I would say, beauty and wellness locations as well. So take like a dry bar or a local juice or coffee place that reach out all the time. Where are you guys opening up your next store? Because we'd like to be a part of that community as well. They know that we work closely with our communities and help drive business to them.
Okay, thank you.
And we have some here as well who I know are actively interested in us opening up here.
Hold on, Ms. Sayak.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. I do want to spend some time, and I'll ask a couple questions now as well as afterwards about the community. One of the things that we're hearing, as you probably have heard throughout the week, is this notion of how parking and the impact of parking and how that is detrimental to the community. So I wanted, since you do this on the West Coast, what are some examples you have done with your existing businesses that have similar parking issues, and what types of solutions have you guys been able to come with to help alleviate?
Sure. We've explored things as possibilities of valet parking at studios. We've explored ideas of I know that they've worked closely with landlords and property management. I would turn it over to Paul to weigh in further.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, we encourage a carpool aspect. I know a lot of our studios that are in a highly densely populated residential area, we'll encourage people to walk. We put bike racks out on our properties if that'll help. I know we're willing to do that here. We can put bike racks to encourage. I know a lot of folks here are willing to walk. We want to alleviate any pressure that we can by encouraging that in our studio, whether it's giving incentives or anything like that. That's how we address it.
Mr. Rennie.
Sorry, Marcia. Thank you, Mayor Spector. One thing I was contemplating was this idea that your business is going to bring people in, they're going to exercise, and they're going to go spend other money in town. So the first thing that came to my mind is, well, if people come and they get really sweaty, are they going to want to go shopping? And then I saw in your material that you do.
All right, I'm going. You may be new visitors to Los Gatos Council meetings, but if you'll please not respond to what we say or what the speaker says. Just think.
So if I can finish my thought process. So, that was my first thought. Well, do people really want to go shopping after they're all sweaty? I guess you can bring an extra shirt, but then I saw in your material that you do have shower facilities. So I'm curious, do a lot of people shower? Do you see a lot of people go shopping, after they change their shirt or something like that? I think I got some of the answer, but I'll let you answer.
Yeah, I mean, typically I'd say not even half would actually stick around to use the showers. I mean, a lot of people kind of want to do their workout and they're out. A lot of times in the mornings where our peak times are, early morning, folks have to get their kids to school, they have to get to work, so they're not hanging around trying to shower. If they go to shop around, it could be a little bit later in the day, but it's, it's about half or so that would shower or wouldn't. It depends on the location, but a lot of the times people are in and out and they want to get moving on with their day.
Thank you.
Other questions, Ms. Jensen?
My question was for you to identify your actual peak hours. I'm thinking that they're probably between 5 and 8 before work starts, and then after work ends, correct?
That's correct. Typically they could be anywhere from 5 to 8 to 10 o'clock. And then anytime after, I'd say 4 o'clock on, our lowest hours are normally consistently between 11 and 4. So again, peak hours in the morning and late in the day.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. So the appellant will have the opportunity after the other speakers to present for 5 minutes. I will now go on to the other cards. Pete Keaty. All right, as I call your name, please come up. You'll have 3 minutes, and because I have quite a few cards, I'll give you 3 names. Pete Keaty, followed by Josh Shumsky, followed by Julie, looks like Boitano.
Thank you. I just questioned, how many people are in a class? In a Soul Cycle class, how many people are in a class per hour?
Okay, if you'll please just direct comments to the council.
Okay, so I didn't know how many people are in a class for each class per the 45 minutes. How many are in there? What's the zone for?
Again, you're just going to give us information.
I'm sorry, I just had a question trying to clarify. I don't
Right.
understand from the zoning perspective, from a fire and safety perspective, how they can get 50 people in a class, that small space, from just a logistic perspective.
Right, so then that would be your comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell us?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you. Josh Shumsky?
Hello, my name is Josh Shumsky. I'll keep this short and sweet. I'm a local resident, actually not Los Gatos, but Cambrian Park. I look at Los Gatos downtown as an iconic and really important downtown for us. My wife and I actually ride our bikes, from Cambrian Park to downtown. We go to Phil's Coffee. We'll come down here and grab a bite, possibly stop by Rootstock or go to some of these locations. And I frankly think that as we look at Soul Cycle coming to downtown, it's something that we would definitely utilize. It's something that would be important. I think a lot of, my friends, people in my circles would see it as a major benefit. And I think a lot of us that are active, would look at, carpooling option or even cycling to the location because it's kind of what it's all about. Not everyone has that ability, if you're living too far away, but I think that, as you're looking at the location itself, being right in downtown, providing parking or bike parking and various things, I think that that's something that would actually be quite useful. Personally, I run a lot of triathlons and various elements, and I think SoulCycle would be, just a great addition to the downtown core.
Thank
you very much.
Questions? Seeing none. Julia Boitano. And Ms. Boitano is going to be followed by, looks like this is Chelsea Bearden.
Hi. I just want to speak on behalf of SoulCycle. I've been riding with SoulCycle for over 4 years. I started with them in Marin. I've lived in Los Gatos all my life, 55 years. I've stayed in Los Gatos because of the beauty of the town, the access to trails, the access to walking around downtown. Not having a SoulCycle in downtown has brought me out of community. And it was in Marin first, then now Palo Alto, and I've been at the Palo Alto one since it opened its doors. I go 4 times a week, pretty religiously. It not only takes me out of community to exercise in the morning, but I do stay. I may shower, I may not. I run errands, I get my hair blown out, I go to the grocery store, I grab coffee, I may grab a juice, I may meet friends, I may shop in the shopping center. It's pulling me out of the town where I need to be spending money and supporting. And having SoulCycle here will keep me here, along with many people I know that do the same thing. I can think of at least 6 personal friends from Los Gatos that do this. And I see some here that I didn't even know were from the town that are in Palo Alto. I agree, the peak hours are in the morning. I don't have a problem staying in my sweaty clothes. I change a shirt sometimes if I don't shower. I mean, how many people do we see walking around town in their Lululemon athletic wear? I mean, we're on the trails most of the time. That is our uniform here. Let's see. I could walk. I could walk to SoulCycle. I don't see the parking as being a huge issue. I've personally driven there now over the last couple weeks, knowing where they wanted to locate, and looked at the parking during the hours that I tend to go. And without even searching for a parking spot, I've come up with easily 20 spaces. And that's not even looking. That's just right there. I think other people will come to this town just like I've gone to Palo Alto. So I think you'll draw from San Jose. I think you'll draw from Campbell. I think you'll draw from Saratoga, and that's important. I think downtown needs to bring back some vibrancy to the town. We've lost a lot of it, and, really to me, the bigger issue is the Santa Cruz traffic. They don't stop. They just cut through and congest. So I think having something like a SoulCycle is hugely beneficial to us, and I beg you to consider doing this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Chelsea Bearden, followed by Bill Epling.
Hi, I want to first start out by thanking everyone for taking the time to listen to us today. I've been born and raised in Los Gatos. This is my home. I live in San Francisco currently, and I do work for the company up in San Francisco. And before I worked there, SoulCycle became one of those places that I didn't know that I would fall in love with, but I fell in love with because of the community. I fell in love with the people that kept me coming. I fell in love with the staff and my fellow riders, and that's what got me to stick there. And being in this community, knowing what our what like our town wants and what people value. I think that that is something that's very important, is this community piece. And I think that, yes, it's something we talk about, but for me, that is what stands out the most. Los Gatos is a very connected town. Everyone knows everyone cares about everyone, and it's really important to take into account what people want. And yes, parking is an issue. It's always been an issue, but I truly don't believe that you're going to be searching for a spot harder than like you would before. And I think that the location is on the side of town that is a slower side of town. I think it will bring people to the businesses. I know that when I go to I'm here probably 4 or 5 days a week when I'm not in San Francisco. And I drive to Palo Alto and come back. And I end up shopping, as many other people have said. It brings a lot of people. It brings a lot of community. We tie a lot of charity and younger children and, just a lot of people that really, I think, aren't being tapped into as much. I know we have Yoga Source, we have Orange Theory. Everything is on the other side of town. And yes, they have a parking lot, but what about the people that are downtown? What about the people that can all walk there? We have so many people that live downtown, so many people that can bike downtown. There's a lot more options than just us parking in the middle of these parking lots. And I think that it should be looked at more than just a parking issue, but also what it will bring to our community. And that's short and sweet, really what I believe, from being raised here for 23 years.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Bill Epling, followed by Lee Quintana.
Hi, thank you for your time. I'm Bill Epling. I've been a homeowner here in Los Gatos for 28 years. First 18 over in Blossom Hill Manor, last 10 right downtown. I love Soul Cycle. I think it's one of the greatest exercise experiences. I do a lot of things. I play basketball, I do yoga, I run, but Soul Cycle is really an incredible thing. And I can tell you about from the parking and traffic perspective, I live on University Avenue between Bachman and Royce. This Soul Cycle is proposed to be on Santa Cruz Avenue between Bachman and Royce, if I understand the plan right. So basically, our backyard has a fence, there's parking, and then it's the backyard of Soul Cycle. And the notion that the 57 bikes in this studio would cause a parking or traffic problem, to me, is almost absurd. There's parking, maybe except for a couple of weeks at Christmas and the day of the parade. I just don't see that as a problem. And when I read this flyer that was left on my front porch, I don't know what they would think would go into this store instead. Maybe we like boarded up shops downtown with no traffic and no vibrancy, but it just, I don't get it. We need business, we need vibrancy, and it just seems like there's a real opportunity here. As somebody who is right in this neighborhood, I am not the slightest bit worried about parking. There's 2-hour restrictions in the permanent parking zone. These people will come and go, and I think the vibrancy, these people will stick around. They'll get their juice, they'll get their coffee, they will shop. And as somebody who's a neighbor of this potential establishment, I'm just very much in favor of it, and I would really love to see Soul Cycle in my neighborhood. And we will not be adding any traffic to or parking problems. We'll walk over, and we're really hopeful that that'll be there for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Quintana, followed by Sarah Healy.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. I'm actually not speaking for myself, but I'm speaking for a neighbor on, I believe he lives on University Avenue, Michael Burke. He was not able to come tonight, and he was not aware of the 11 o'clock a.m. deadline to get in a desk item, so he asked me to come and read it. It is addressed to the mayor and the council members. I had planned to speak at tonight's meeting, but due to circumstances beyond my control, I am unable to attend. As a University Avenue resident, I have 3 major concerns about the project. Noise. This is a very noisy business. Their own literature uses the term high-energy music. A current lawsuit lists volume of the music as contributing to injuries sustained. See the PDF. I don't have the attachments, so I'm sorry about that. It refers to a PDF attachment. No matter how thick the glass is, and no matter how many planes of glass, their noise will leak out 2, hours of operation. The 5:30 to 10:30 p.m. hours of operation are way outside the businesses on North Santa Cruz Avenue. While some businesses open early, they also close early. Those that are open late in the evening don't open first thing in the morning. Factoring the hours of operation, this is a very intense use. When adding the noise concerns to the hours of operation, this use is completely incompatible with the adjacent residential uses. Even if no noise leaked out of the building, people in noisy environments tend to speak loudly for a while after they have left. Most of us would not be happy to have a group of loud people outside our homes at 6:30 in the morning. 3, parking. I understand the property location has a combination of on-site and parking district parking to, in theory, meet the needs. But here's the problem. This use changes the parking dynamic. Most shoppers and restaurants goers plan to spend 2 hours or so in town. But even with the 2-hour restricted parking on University Avenue, parking will be difficult on weekday ends. Now, if you add a large number of people who need to park for 60 to 90 minutes, parking on University will be next to impossible. There's a line that I can't read. I urge the council to deny the appeal and uphold the planning commission, and I have the following request conditions to mitigate the concerns if you approve it. Noise, require the music and instructional coaching to be played and delivered through earphones attached to the bike. Hours of operation, reduce them so they are more in line with the other businesses. I'm truncating this. And 3, study the parking issues and consider reducing to 2-hour non-permit parking to 1 hour and strictly enforce that. New restrictions or even got to 24-hour parking like the
Thank you, Michael
neighborhood. And there were attachments to it. I'm sorry, I don't have them.
Thank you. Sarah Healy, followed by Merrill Honigman.
Hi there. My name is Sarah Healy. I've been born and raised in this area. All my life I've been here. I actually see a lot, familiar faces that have also been born and raised here. I work for SoulCycle. I'm an instructor at the Palo Alto studio. I started working front desk there, and just like very many other people, I can say what brought me was community, diversity, being able to be a part of something bigger than just going to school, going to work, and coming home. I have a lot of friends that go to Orange Theory, Yoga Source, other areas of fitness in our area, and every single time I say I work at SoulCycle, they ask me, when is SoulCycle going to come here? Like I said before, I grew up here. I was in the Los Gatos Parade when I was in middle school. My mom owned a fitness. You wish you did. You owned a fashion business. And the one thing that women would come in and say is, I work out, I feel great, and now I want to go shopping. So when a lot of people are concerned that people are walking out of classes very sweaty and they want to go shopping, that's when you feel best. That's when you feel like you have your energy, you have that extra little pep in your step. You want to maybe grab a coffee with a friend. You maybe want to walk to Manresa for a coffee. Maybe you want to, go to the park and sit down and enjoy what just happened, because it's not just fitness. It's so much more than that. I have writers that come up to me and say, I save so much money not going to therapy because I see you. And it's true, one thing that we connect together with is music. Everyone connects through music, whether it's loud, whether it's soft. If you play a song, then that brings back a memory, whether it's walking down the block here in Los Gatos, whether it's going to Los Gatos High School at prom. Something commutes people together. It brings people together. And that doesn't happen at Yoga Source like it does at SoulCycle. That doesn't happen at Orange Theory like it does at SoulCycle. The bikes are close together for a reason, and that's why we want to bring people in together. I mean, we can all stand up here and say We're a part of Soul Cycle. We're a part of it because we allow people in. And if we deny Soul Cycle here in Los Gatos, it's not only ruining, yes, my commute that I've been doing, but it's ruining the people that come to me from Gilroy, from Santa Cruz, from Campbell, from San Jose. And isn't that what we want for our town, is to bring people in? So I'm just saying, as someone that works for Soul Cycle, as someone that knows the business, knows the riders, know the people that are in and out, it's something that we as Los Gatos deserve as a community. So thanks everyone for being here.
Thank you. We have a question. Hold on. Mr. Leonardis.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. The previous speaker spoke about the noise level and wearing some kind of earpieces and those
Yes.
kinds of things. Would you be able to comment on that?
Yes. So we at Soul Cycle, we offer earplugs right when you walk in. I cannot say how the sound system technically works. As an instructor, I'm able to use and modify the volume. For example, today I had a 3:30 class. There were 5 people in it, so I'm not going to blast the music full blast because it doesn't need to be that loud. Sorry, there was a fly. But I think, I have been to Soul Cycles in San Francisco where there is a spa right on top. I've been in New York where there are homes right on top. And I've never met one person that has complained about the noise, residential, company-wise.
Mr. Leonardis.
One more question. Thank you, Mayor. So the previous speaker also spoke to the fact that, say it's a 5:30 in the morning class, and then people come out at 6:30, and they start hanging out on University Avenue and talking loudly because they've been listening to loud music, and they're all fired up and they're drinking their coffee or whatever on their bikes. Is that a problem in and around the Palo Alto location? Are you close to homes in that neighborhood?
We are in the Stanford Shopping Center. We are on the outside, however, we are not in the inside of the shopping center. We are not by homes, but I will say 5:30 people are still waking up, so they're not talking that loud.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Jensen.
I just wanted to follow up on the notion of giving the riders earplugs.
Yes.
The model for the class is to have a group experience with music and the instructor talking to them, correct?
Yes.
So earplugs would not work.
Well,
Well,
if
they
you think
could, but it would not be, it would be far less than ideal.
Well, I think it depends. For example, I have a friend that, her hearing is it's very different than my hearing. She does not prefer, to be in a space where there is maybe not loud music, but she prefers to wear earplugs because she feels more comfortable with protecting her hearing because it is more sensitive. For example, there are older riders. I had a woman that was 78 come to my class, and she wanted earplugs because she just felt safe. She was fine, but...
So I get the earplug part, but
yeah.
you wouldn't deliver the music to everybody through earphones?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Maren Honigman.
Hi, I'm Maren Honigman from Cupertino, and I'm here to speak on behalf of inviting Soul Cycle to Los Gatos. I ride in Palo Alto just about every day, and I started last August 8th, and I'm proud to say I'm about ready to take my 200th ride next week. So I'm a huge advocate of Soul Cycle and what it's done for my life. I want to encourage you to do everything possible to welcome Soul Cycle into your community. This is a life-changing and inspirational business, starting from its message right down to its instructors and the staff that greets you every single day. It's so much more than a place to ride and work out. It's a place that has a lifelong and unique impact on each and every rider. I feel that you're lucky to have this studio show interest in this community, and I strongly encourage you to give this every consideration as you make plans. And I would say that I would walk miles to get to Soul Cycle in Los Gatos, and I do spend, in sweaty clothes or not, about an hour shopping. So that's not a consideration. So I think you are lucky to have this studio consider Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Aubrey Beebe, followed by Carol Hargett.
Hi, my name is Carol Hargett, and this is my granddaughter, Aubrey, and I think most of you here know her. I'll read my... Okay. First of all, I have a business that's right across the street from where Soul Cycle wants to go in. I am concerned the addition of Soul Cycle in North Santa Cruz would add traffic and would encroach on limited parking in this area. The applicant states they need space for possibly 67 parking spaces. For me, my business, it is a double-edged sword. In the morning, there would not be a parking problem. I open at 7, and then the street does not start filling up until about 10. So I'm okay, and I would welcome you to come in and have coffee or iced tea or whatever after your workout. But what happens later on in the day, it starts filling up. The street starts filling up. So I would suggest that if Soul Cycle is approved, that they would limit their class size and the number of classes throughout the day and evening. Early morning starting at 5:30, and the last class being about 10 could be acceptable. Later on in the afternoon and into the evening, that's when a parking problem would be created for retail and restaurants in the area. By the way, from one stoplight to the other, there are 23 places where you can eat. So that means a lot of people throughout the day and evening are going someplace along there to eat. Another note, Soul Cycle is on a schedule, which means you have potentially 50 people looking for parking areas at the same time. Whereas my business, retail and restaurants, the business is fluid. You have visitors coming at various times. So I can't imagine 50 people walking into my business at one time. But this is what they do at Soul Cycle. I understand that. As I understand in this area, it is listed as retail. Soul Cycle is not retail. So does this council want to make this change at this point in time? Okay. I do know of 2 other exercise businesses that were in this area that moved for lack of parking for their clients. The bottom line is, we all know that town desperately needs a parking garage. So let's solve this problem before we bring in a big user to the area of Los Gatos. Now, as far as stopping and, working out and then going shopping, so that means you need at least 2 hours, one for workout and one for shopping, and there's 2-hour limit on North Santa Cruz. And I do know that on either side of the street, we have about 12 on their side of the street and another 12 on my side of the street. So there is a limit in parking on the street. So they'll be limited to 2 hours. So that's why I suggested that they have more of an interval between classes.
All right, thank you. Do we have questions? See none. Thank you both very much.
Did you want to say something, Aubrey?
Yes.
Okay.
Juries, I know that sometimes decisions are hard, but I think what's best, if you guys can find another location, that would make things a lot easier for everyone else too, because I think then it would be less conflict between everyone, because then they could realize that would be a better option, because I see that if no one gets what they want, it's not going to turn out well. And I feel like that's the only way to make things better. Thank you very much.
Questions? Seeing none. Angelia Dorner, who will be followed by Robin Bartkowski.
Hello, I'm Angelia Dorner, a proud resident of the Almond Grove, and I'm going to be echoing the last speaker's comments. I really would like to know what experience this organization has with traffic and parking similar to our downtown, or really any local downtown. Downtowns of San Francisco, New York City, and D.C. are extremely different as far as mass transportation and business-concentric models. On the traffic and parking, I was astounded by our traffic engineers' comment in the staff report. Previous retail uses and proposed specialty retail use the same traffic generation rate, so zero effect on traffic. I don't know when there were ever 57 people or 60 people in those 4 retail units at one time, at any time during the day. Something is obviously, now I understand why all of our traffic generation rates that we went over on Wednesday don't make a whole lot of sense. All the survey and public comments, I went through the survey and all the comments that were written on there, about 300 plus, as well as the public comments here. Over 70% of them were non-residents. Of course, they will be driving here if they are going to be coming to Los Gatos. Out of all of those, well, almost all of them just said Los Gatos, Los Gatos, Los Gatos. None of them said downtown Los Gatos. And the only one that I could find that actually said anything about parking and traffic is in the, actually the public comment here, actually said if parking is the issue, look beyond that minor issue. Okay. As someone mentioned, it's a double-edged sword. If they don't stay to shop, then we have intense traffic on an hourly basis with all the ins and outs and the shuffling around. If they do stay and shop, then we need double the parking spaces for those who are staying, as well as all of the rest of the people coming in on the next class. I hope that you remember Yoga Source. They did have to move. Now they have their own dedicated parking. They use the Wine Depot parking, and they just did another parking sharing agreement with Autobahn, and they still don't have enough parking. The neighborhood is, you've heard all the comments when the very recent Los Gatos Boulevard and Shannon proposed development was going on. You heard all of the comments about the intense, horrible traffic and parking issues that is still causing. I just think that the intensity of this is unbelievable. I love the intensity of the program and the intensity of everybody's love for this program, but I just cannot see this working in this neighborhood area, very neighborhood-concentric area, unless it has a much lower number of cyclists than 57, maybe 35 or 40 people max, as well as greater in-between times to try to relieve the congestion during those times as well. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none. Robin Bartkowski, followed by Philip Albanese.
Hi, I'm Robin Bartkowski. Thanks for letting me come up here and talk. And by the way, thank you for saying my last name right. No one ever does normally, so that's kind of awesome.
I get about 1 out of 10.
Hey, well, it was normally mine is the 1 or the 10 anyway. Or I can't anyway. Sorry. I just want to talk about the vitality of SoulCycle. I have been doing SoulCycle for almost 2 years, and I can tell you, hands down, I am a member of this community. I have a child that's at Dave's Avenue. I have a lot of friends here that are from Dave's Avenue and Blossom Hill. This SoulCycle community is one of the best and most fun things that's kind of happened to our community. I can tell you right now that I've met women that are in the same school that I never even knew were there because all of a sudden we loved Soul and we found each other, and now we're starting our own community. It is so strong, this community, in a great way. It is such a positive for this town. I can't even begin to tell you. I mean, we spend time, money, sweat, tears up in Palo Alto when we could be doing it right here. And I am a member, or used to be a member of Portside, belong to Yoga Source. I love those places. But they do not create the same type of community that SoulCycle does. It is people that care about one another. They have a strong social media. It's very uplifting. It is just kind of one of those places that, assuming you like to sweat and you like music, I'm telling you, you're going to love it. It's just kind of a vibe that's fun and different. But most of all, I think one of the things about the town, at least for me being a resident, is somewhat, I think it would be the best thing that could happen to it. I know we do have traffic concerns, but I honestly can tell you, just like Marin was saying, that she would walk or ride a bike to get to Soul. And I'm telling you, the people that I know that love Soul will do that as well. And also, I think we can't turn a blind eye to a need and a want that's going to be here, that people want here, and that is so great for the community. This isn't like a bunch of drunk people running around. These are people that love to sweat, love just to be in community with one another. And really, I'm telling you, and it continues to build. The expanding of my own community through Seoul, not only through people in San Francisco, down in Palo Alto, and especially here. It is such a wonderful, great thing. And again, they are a retailer. They do sell clothing in their store, so they actually do have retail. And I do think it would really fuel business. I understand the traffic concerns, but I really think they have met the parking accommodations or whatever it is that you're asking for, and I really, really think you guys should strongly consider to bring it here. It is definitely a huge boom for this town. Huge.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Philip Albanese, followed by Brent LeBlanc.
Good evening, Council. My name is Phil Albanese. Actually, it's good to see you all again. I was involved a couple years ago, but a lot of the same faces. So, I'm Los Gatos. My wife and I live in Los Gatos. We've lived here since 2011. We absolutely love the town, love the community, love everything about it. Can't say enough about it. I think one of the challenging parts about what it is. Thank you guys for taking the time. I think one of the challenging parts about what you guys do and what everything that you guys have to weigh is where the town came from, and then continuing to put it in a position to stay the community, the town that we all love. I'm a part of just in my profession a lot of new developments. The biggest change, I'm a little young, but at least looking at older structures versus new and new communities that are coming up, is the emphasis on health and wellness. It's incredibly important, like a lot of the folks from Soul Cycle have been saying, from a generational standpoint, it's critical to our lives. And I think that, adding that and having that component to your community. I understood that it's a neighborhood, understand, and I love the neighborhood aspect of the community of the downtown area, but at the same time, it is the downtown area. And to be able to have a tenant such as Soul Cycle, I think in looking at the future and continuing to keep this community together, it should be seen as a positive, something that's going to add to the town. And continue to attract the people that we want to attract, and really be an asset to the town. So for that reason, really, there's been a lot of other conversations, discussion points, but that is, by myself, I've never done Soul Cycle. I have a lot of friends that actually do travel, drive more than 30 minutes, 40 minutes to go to the Soul Cycle in Palo Alto. But I do understand the importance of that health and wellness and what that means to people, and in terms of attracting and keeping the community to the standard that it is. I think it can really be a good asset for the downtown area. And with that, that's all I have to say. So I encourage you guys to approve the Soul Cycle application. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. This is the last card, so if anyone else wants to speak on it, please make sure you've submitted this card to the clerk, Joe Crummett.
Hello, my name is Brent LeBlanc. Good evening, Council. I'm probably the worst public speaker. I'm the owner of Los Gatos Framing Company, which is directly impacted by Soul Cycle in a positive way. We are in favor of Soul Cycle. I spent about a week solid talking to about every business owner within each direction, a block or two from my business. Not to beat you up, Council, no one came and spoke to me. Everybody I spoke to within 2 blocks, every business owner, only one of them said a council member or a person from planning spoke to them about Soul Cycle. I only found 2 people in opposition of Soul Cycle. I took the liberty of calling Mike's Bikes headquarters, speaking to Mike's Bikes. I took the liberty of speaking to Title IX headquarters. I found no one in opposition of Soul Cycle. I would like to point out that the building, the proposed site 212 through 216 has its own proprietary parking. I am not concerned about parking because I see that Soul Cycle's peak hours will be before most businesses in town open and after most businesses are closed. I look at it from a business owner standpoint. The more people, the more opportunity for a business owner. Less people, less opportunity for a business owner. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. You have Mr. Rennie, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So, actually, I did try to go visit your store. You were closed twice when I went by. Maybe I wasn't diligent enough. And then I did speak, I spoke to the manager at Title IX next door who told me about your concerns about people parking in the white spaces in the back. And
That is incorrect. Incorrect. I did not have one concern about
you're the
parking.
framing store, right?
I am the framing store, 42 years, yes.
Okay. So what I understood was people that you have your block of stores, yours and Title IX and the other two next to you, I'm forgetting what they are. I think one's a hair salon or something like that. Manaz has moved down the street.
Oz is not there anymore.
Yeah. So what I understood is you get a lot of people that aren't going to your stores parking in the white striped ones that are supposed to be saved for your store. Is that...
They're all labeled.
Yeah.
I personally had them striped and labeled. It happens occasionally. It's going to happen. You can't control it. Sometimes they're my customer. That might be Wall Street's customer. That might be Nevada's customers. It could be, various customers to the local merchants.
So the Soul Cycle next door, theirs are striped green.
Correct.
There's a good chance with this many people they may start filling your white striped ones, and you're not worried about this then?
They have quite a few parking. Again, I see it as an opportunity for us.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none. Now, Joe Crummett, followed by Janet Wolf.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm here in support of Soul Cycle as a resident of Los Gatos and a resident of downtown Los Gatos and somebody who spends a lot of my time in the downtown area. I support the application and I support the Council exercising your ability to accept the appeal of the Planning Commission's rejection. So I think it's important to remember that this area in downtown is a corridor along Santa Cruz Avenue, that it's bound by areas that protect residents for parking by permits. So I think we're really talking about a very specific area with a very specific issue. And it sounds like a lot of concerned residents have issues with parking in areas that are likely not affected by this business. I support the council's action, as I said, and I think this proposed business offers a great amenity that's missing in downtown Los Gatos that'll bring the kind of people we want here. And also it makes downtown more of an opportunity to be a gathering place, which is really important. So I support Soul Cycle, and I support the council accepting the appeal and at least giving this business an opportunity to find a way to thrive here in downtown.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Janet Wolf, followed by Courtney, looks like Aruda.
Hi, my name is Janet Wolf, and I've lived in Almond Grove for 24 years now. And I really didn't intend to speak tonight, which is why I look like I just came out of the gym, which I did. I think Soul Cycle sounds like an amazing place, and frankly, I would love to go there. But I just wanted to come up as kind of a person that lives in Almond Grove. It's been pointed out to me by a lot of people, and I think it's unfortunate because I've heard from people that aren't represented here tonight. But people always say to me, Janet, you don't have to worry about that because you can walk everywhere. I'm less than 2 blocks from Soul Cycle. And it's true, I can walk everywhere. But a lot of people that I want to come and visit the town complain about our parking problems all the time. So in the very beginning of this, I think that it was mentioned that it was addressed because of the parking problems that we have and to bring it to the council's attention. And I think that that would be the best thing that would come out of this, because I think that parking has been an issue for a long time. I think that people spill over into Almond Grove and Park, which is fine. There's parking there. But I can tell you that a lot of people overstay their parking. They get tickets, and it gives them a very bad feeling about our town. So I think that regardless of what happens with Soul Cycle, I think this parking issue isn't going to go away. And I think that more people are going to drive here than Soul Cycle thinks, just because at peak times, those people that need to get their kids to school or that need to get to work, they're not going to cycle here. They're going to come here and then go to work from there. That would be my opinion. So I'm not necessarily saying I'm totally against Soul Cycle, but one question I have is that it's been brought up to me that there might be another location in town that would be very close to town. I mean, there's places on University that would still bring that wonderful place to our town, but not necessarily put it right in the center of town where there are a lot of people with concerns about parking.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. I have my last card, so if anybody else wants to speak. Courtney Aruda.
Hi, good evening. I live in San Jose, but I work in Palo Alto, and I'm kind of coming from a different angle. I work for Dry Bar. My hair, it's a blowout bar. I normally look better than this, but I did just come from a Soul Cycle class in Palo Alto. Got off of work, went straight to Soul Cycle. Didn't have time to take a shower because I jetted straight over here in traffic to speak on Soul Cycle's behalf. So I used to work night shifts. I was full of a bunch of sorority girls. They love Soul Cycle. I now work morning shifts, and right from Soul Cycle, they come to Dry Bar, put their head in my bowl, they're full of sweat, blowing their hair out. What brings you in? We're just chatting it up. I do think someone had brought up a great point that you're kind of missing out on a lot of opportunity for shopping and being able to get more money into Los Gatos if, I don't really think that's really needed, but a lot of my clients will just get chatting, and what are you doing after this? I want to get them comfortable in my chair, and a lot of them, they're grabbing coffee with their friends, or they're going shopping. They'll take body showers at Soul Cycle, but then I wash their head. So a lot of them, what I have in common is, oh, I'm in San Jose too, or oh, I'm close to Los Gatos, so what brings you out here? Soul Cycle. And from Soul Cycle, they walk straight to my, we have like similar location and similar kind of look. Their theme color is yellow, and so is mine. They get us confused all the time. Yeah, I just feel like you'll be missing out on a community and a lot of great energy out here. And a lot of them, I kind of like put the word out like, yeah, so there might be one opening in Los Gatos, and everyone gets really excited. A lot of my clients are really not tired of making the commute, but kind of are. They have to keep going back and forth. I heard a lot of voices in the back in the audience about why not put the headphones in as a writer. Then you might as well just go to the gym. You're missing out on the purpose of getting everyone's energy together. Something that was really kind of amazing for me for Soul Cycle was I was diagnosed with a really rare disease problem a year ago where I became temporarily paralyzed. And my first class was on Saturday, and that was the year mark of being able to move my body. I need to keep my body moving. Being able to do blowouts was really hard for me. I had to take 6 weeks off of work, do physical therapy. And it's a managed of a vitamin that I don't have in my body that I don't produce. Soul Cycle, no one around me knows that that's what I'm going through, but there's something about that class that made me feel like I can conquer this. I do need to keep my legs moving. I do need to keep my body moving. So if Soul Cycle was here in town, there's a group of 7 of us girls, 2 of them live downtown, and we would all said, yeah, we would walk to Soul Cycle. We don't need a park. Everyone is so close in this community, and I would think that a lot of people would, want to walk or ride to Soul Cycle. So go Soul Cycle. Yay.
Thank you. All right, now I have my last card, unless someone submits one. John Shepherdson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but what I'm hearing, I'm kind of sold on Soul Cycle. It sounds like it's amazing, truly. And I love to work out, so I get it. I also know as a lawyer on North Santa Cruz that for the first time in ever, I had 2 cars towed from our private parking spot because I had to drive around looking for parking. And usually I'm like this nice guy and so forth, but it was just too frustrating. So that's a reality. And I have to park way up into the Almond Grove often during the week. So there's this balance between having a great business and the parking. And I've just expressed some concern for the other businesses that could adversely impact them. So what I kind of came up with was, again, we have a problem with our budget in town, the way we manage our money. If we had garages, then we could have these kinds of businesses and wouldn't have the conflict with the existing businesses. So that's like an underwriting problem. And so we address these things sort of individually, and we don't get to the root of the problem. And it takes political courage to do that. And because if we had a garage, boom, they're in, and there's no impact on the other businesses. So I guess what I'm saying is I feel like to find a way to make this happen. So maybe creatively look at some things like, I don't know, if parking down near Balzer Field, or if they're biking in, some creative solution to make it work where it doesn't adversely impact the other businesses. And the idea, again, this is longer term, but I think this is an opportunity to speak about it, is if we had a shuttle, like Santa Cruz has a shuttle, and they run people around town, and you maybe will at some point have a shuttle from the North 40 down into downtown, and so people could bike in and then grab the shuttle and come in, and you wouldn't have the parking issue, but they could still do their Soul Cycle thing. So I guess to sum up, it sounds really good. I would say find a way, respect the existing business owners. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have no other cards. No one's coming forward. I will now close the public testimony portion of this hearing and look to the council for questions. Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Rennie. I skipped right over the appellant. The appellant team has 5 minutes to rebut, although I doubt that. 5 minutes to speak to its application.
We don't find the need to rebut any of the comments, but of course we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Rennie.
I do have some questions, and there's kind of maybe a little bit of a lead into it. So I'm thinking about the parking, obviously, and where the conflict times are going to be. So, my understanding of this spot, basically the retailers come in at 10. There's an office building next door that, I don't know, the people probably start coming in at 9 or so. So anything before 10, I'm going to say probably is not a problem at all. You said to me your highest times are 5 to 8 and 4 on, and the lowest is 11 to 4. So that means 10 to 11 is probably medium time. When I talk to the Title IX people, they say their business is really 10 to 11:30. So I'm thinking that's probably not a bad time. Then the other place where they have a lot of business where they make their money is something like 2:30 or 3 till closing. Now you told me you start getting busy at 4. So my biggest concern probably starts coming at say 4 to 6, because at 6 the retailers start closing and the people in the office building start going home. Of course, there's restaurants and so forth, but they aren't that close. So this long-winded explanation of my thinking is, would you be willing to limit your class size between 4 and 6? For all the reasons, my logic I just gave.
I think what we are willing to do in a certain situation of that there could be some congestion between those times is instead of 15-minute intervals that we have, we provide 30-minute intervals to allow the overlap not to be too much of a burden.
Ms. Jensen?
It's a follow-up question. It may not be, I'm not sure who it's for, perhaps Ms. Cox. In my experience with this kind of business and with Yoga Source, let's just put it out there, I find that classes in the afternoon self-limit. Do you find that they self-limit because people do not come at 4 o'clock because they're working or they have childcare, whatever they have? So if you go to class at 7, it's packed. If you go to class at 6 p.m., it's packed.
I'd agree.
But if you go at 4, without limiting your class size, there may be 10 people in there if you're lucky.
Right.
Is that what you find up with your business as well?
It's typically not full capacity around that time. It's typically when we see an increase of ridership, but I wouldn't say it's full capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sayak.
Okay, so I just want to, there were a couple of comments that were asked of us, and if you could just address them. One of the ones that I heard was this noise I heard a noise lawsuit, but can you speak to this? Is there something about noise other than what one is to expect from a class? Does
Sure.
it spill over? What are some of the issues that is being alluded to?
Out of our 60-plus studios, I think we've had one situation of a noise spillover. That's a very unique situation. What we build into our studio that is meticulous from the beginning is that it's soundproof and it does not reach a certain decibel level that won't bleed out. It's not coming through the glass. It's not something you can hear walking down the sidewalk. This is a soundproof studio that you have to hear if you get right up to it or you're opening the door.
And if I may continue?
Certainly.
And then you addressed the issue of the time interval, but there was another speaker that asked about logistics. So right now your proposal has 57 bicycles in there. And I'm assuming as you went through the proposal stage, it met all fire safety codes and there didn't seem to be any issue with any safety concerns of people getting in and out.
No, we did not have any safety issues.
Okay. And then just my final series of questions. So you've heard there's overwhelming support for your business, but I think the issue that those that are hesitant about your coming in is just the parking, and parking is a serious issue that many that we've been grappling with. So some of the other businesses that have been mentioned, Yoga Source, Orange Theory, those businesses have entered into shared parking agreements with surrounding tenants to help alleviate some of the neighborhood concerns. You mentioned up front that's an area that you may consider. Have you even explored what businesses around you may be willing to enter into agreements with?
We haven't come to that yet. I would say that we're not opposed to anything that could be hypothetical down the road if there were a parking issue that we would address, but no, we haven't addressed that issue directly.
And one other thing that you mentioned up front, incentives and bike racks. Bike racks, I agree there are many people that I know of that would walk and bike to your facility, so bike racks definitely is I think an easy one that we can address. But incentives, I know that's a key way to get people to change their habits,
Sure.
right? You say whether it's a certain amount of classes that are reduced or whatever, to get people to either carpool or to walk or basically not to use a parking space. Have you been able to employ these types of incentives at other locations?
So in some cases, we would explore if people were carpooling or if they came together or if they were biking, perhaps there would be some sort of relief of a free pass, or we would, offer another class to them or something like that, to where we could get a group ride together, for example, a theme ride where we can get everyone that's carpools together for a group ride, a theme ride that everyone participates in. That's something we would explore.
One final question. You talk a lot about community, and I think should this move forward in some capacity, if there are lingering neighborhood parking concerns, will you have a point person? I'm assuming you're going to have a manager on site
Yes.
that would work with the community to make sure these issues could be addressed quickly rather than having us to go through a corporate site?
Yes, we have a studio manager at all times there. There's an assistant studio manager if they're not available. We have employees ready to help all the time on staff at all of our studios, and that's not going to change here.
Other questions? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Mr. Fusco, what percentage of the business is retail, or could you just talk about the retail part of your business?
Sure. So our retail that we have is a lot of in the front. It's visible from the street to our studio. It can bring people in to shop. I'd say, I don't know, I can't speak to directly what the percentage would be, but a lot of times when people come to a class, they would shop soon after to grab a pair of shorts or a shirt. Or if we're not operating classes, a lot of times in the afternoon, if we have downtimes, we would still be open just for the retail aspect. I don't know if I have a specific percentage, but we do sell a lot of retail.
Thank you, Mayor. Another question regarding neighborhood traffic. Obviously, you have a lot of fans, a lot of people who use SoulCycle here this evening supporting your offering, but there are, of course, lingering neighborhood concerns, and the adjacent neighborhoods bear the brunt of all of the issues that come with our downtown traffic, as well as parking problems. As one of the speakers mentioned, he recently had to have a couple cars towed out of his lot, much to the detriment of his, I don't know, his character. So I guess before we get into, these things occurring, if you were to receive approval tonight, because the Vice Mayor did mention shared parking arrangements, and there is the yoga sources, and you see the adjacent businesses say, no yoga source parking. Before we reach that level of hostility, can you assure me that your business would be proactive in addressing the neighborhood concerns, just knowing that they exist up front, educating your customers, and making sure that we never even have to get to that point? That would make me feel really good for the people of Los Gatos.
Absolutely. I mean, I think even before we've come here, we're well aware of the concerns in the community. We don't take it lightly. We've specifically asked everyone, if you're going to be part of here, to find a way to carpool, to walk, to bike. Again, we aren't just going to plop ourselves down and this is the way we operate. We want to be a part of the community. We want to aid in any kind of issue like parking that comes up. We are going to be proactive. And if there is an issue down the road that's directly related to us and not everyone else, we would try to accommodate a way to help. It's just our model. We're a community. We want to be a part of the community.
Thank you.
Let me follow up with that. I don't think that the issue before the Planning Commission or here this evening is yes, Soul Cycle, no Soul Cycle. It's way in between there. And so what I would like you to share with me are what ideas you have at this juncture as to how we can blend your business and the community. You were discussing with Mr. Leonardis just general ideas that you would be willing to, to work with the community or to accommodate the community. But if you could give me some specific ideas, and let me just throw some out that sort of came up at the Planning Commission, and have come up here. Things like most of your business, or the intensity of it, is early in the morning and later in the afternoon or evening. That you have, I think, 57 cycles and I think 5 staff people, and if you did that every hour, then it would be difficult to find parking if 57 are coming in and 57 are going out. If 57 stick around and shop in Los Gatos, that really cranks up the number of parking places that are needed. So in terms possibly of spacing, of number of cycles in any exercise class, in terms of the hours where you have your most clients and where you'd be able to give a little more on the other hours, any thoughts that you have specifically, because I'm looking at a conditional use permit.
Right. Well, I mean, to be proactive in something specific, like I said, if we could do 30 minutes in the afternoon classes around lunch that are the concerns, we could do that. I think we'd also be proactive between, times that in the afternoon, if we were limited to, say, 2 classes total in the afternoon, we could work with that. Again, encouraging carpooling, but concretely putting bike racks in to our plan, I think, is something that we can help do, because we clearly have support where people are willing to do this. It's not, we don't have to force them to do it. But I would say, if we had between, roughly 11 and 4, if we had 30 minutes between 2 classes, I think that's something we could compromise.
And if I can understand that better, and I appreciate the input, when you talk about the time frame from 11 to 4, the classes would have 30-minute intervals, or I thought you said 2 classes total. I didn't pick that up. What are you suggesting?
I mean, we would suggest between 11 and 4 that between that time frame we would have no more than 2 classes.
Okay. And would those be your normal, I shouldn't say, I don't even know what normal is. Would that be like a normal 1-hour class?
Yes. All right. It's a 45-minute class. All of our classes are 45 minutes.
And Within your business model, how would you anticipate encouraging carpooling? I mean, you could, for example, say, why don't you guys all carpool? Or do you have something more formal than that?
I'd have to explore with our marketing team what we could do. That's not necessarily my side of getting people to be encouraged to market in, but maybe Laura, you could speak to it.
Just for example, one thing that we did in Beverly Hills was actually doing a promotion with Uber. Maybe that's not exactly specific for you, but it is a promotion where we do it takes out of our marketing budget some money where we would provide a code to some of our riders that sign up for a certain class where it is difficult to park, and send that to them. That is on a strictly promotional basis, but we can start to brainstorm some more ideas from a marketing standpoint of how we could support it.
Let me follow up with that. Beverly Hills depends on where you are there, but it might be an exemplar community. Where is your business location within Beverly Hills?
It's on Wilshire Boulevard, the Cross Street Beverly.
Okay. And what do you do there to encourage folks not to take their cars to your business?
Honestly, it's the time that it is most difficult is our 1 o'clock class. Again, that's similar because of the retail businesses that are around there. So that's where we do that's where we do try to come up with promotions. I have found a lot of people do carpool. It's not our busiest time. Like we were saying earlier, it really is the morning and evenings that we find the most amount of traffic.
When you say evening, when you say morning and evening, I think I have notes on this, but what do you consider your morning peak and your evening peak?
I mean, be in line with our 6:30 in the morning time slots, probably until 9:30. As far as evening, I would consider that more in the 6:30, 7:30 time slots.
6:30 to 7:30 or 6:30 until you close?
6:30 and 7:30 classes. Again, it's off work hours.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none. Did the appellant, I don't even know if you've used up your 5 minutes. You may very well have. Do you have anything else you want to add? All right, thank you. Then at this point, I will close the public testimony of this hearing and look to the council once again for comments, questions, motion. Ms. Gent.
I have a question, if I may, and then some comments. My question is to staff, whoever's appropriate. The permit parking on University Avenue in the Almond Grove, is it consistent, and is it from 6 p.m., restricted from 6 p.m. till 9 a.m.?
I'm going to refer that to the Parks and Public Works Director.
Just want to make sure I'm right. I think it's 6 p.m. to 9 a.m., correct?
I believe you're correct, thank you, and I'd have to verify it to be absolutely sure, but that sounds correct to me.
Okay. So I have a lot of comments. I'm not going to turn it into motion because I think there's going to be differences of opinion. I think SoulCycle is perfect for Los Gatos. I think that it is an ideal business for our community. And the location that they're proposing, I also think is ideal. We need to bring, as our economic development coordinator is telling us constantly, we need to create destinations and create placemaking so that people have a reason to come to downtown rather than sit at their computer and shop. And I have my little phrase that I use, what do I need to show up for? I need to show up to eat. I need to show up to exercise. I need to show up to go to the doctor. But that's kind of about it. So to the extent that we create a place that people want to come and that they are going to shop, and we've heard testimony that that's what they're going to do. In my experience, yes, I shop in sweaty clothes. So I think it creates a destination for us. And I say it's a perfect destination, that we shouldn't look for another location. Why? Because it is located away from residential. It's got a buffer of a parking lot behind, a buffer of a street on the other side. And unlike Yoga Source and Orange Theory that have to look for other parking, it has a 5-block long parking area, public parking area behind it stretching from Highway 9 all the way up to basically Main Street, where you can park. And that parking is available. This business has actually overdone its parking requirement, so the notion that we would impose a condition on it or be concerned about the parking when it has met the parking that we have required in the town seems to me to be unfair. We don't impose extra requirements on other businesses. I don't think we should impose an extra requirement on this. The times when the classes are most used are times when the parking in the neighborhoods is protected by permit parking. I was walking on North Santa Cruz Monday at about 9:30 a.m. till 10, and there were about half-block areas of parking available on the street that I could have driven up and parked anywhere if I chose to do that at that time, and that's not unusual. And I've heard from business owners that the time when the parking is in demand is about noon when people come and have lunch, and that's not a peak time for these classes. I will say, as a person that uses exercise facilities in town, Yoga Source, I ride my bike there. And other people ride their bike there. Why? Because I don't want to get involved in the school traffic and everything else, and it's very easy for me to hop on my bike, and it makes it a good warm-up for the exercise I'm going to do. So with this located in the downtown, it seems to me that people will bike and walk if those biking facilities are available to them, because it just makes sense. So I'm very much an advocate of granting the appeal and allowing this to go in with the conditions that are in the resolution. I understand that people may have other ideas about how they might want to modify it, but it seems to me that it's a very good location for it, and it's a good opportunity for us to get some vitality into that area of our downtown.
There we go. Thank you. You're going to hear brilliant things up here, and you're going to hear things you don't like, but whatever it is, just sit on your hands. All right. Anybody else? Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'll do a question and comments also. So for Planner Puga, we've heard a lot of discussion of how much traffic it's going to generate, but my understanding is we are not, there is not a traffic mitigation fee, meaning it's not generating more traffic than we would have expected from previous businesses. Why is that?
That's correct. So they submitted a traffic impact questionnaire, and our traffic engineer determined that the previous uses compared to what the now current use would have the same traffic generation rates based on the specialty retail use. And the Director of Public Works can add to that if there's anything additional.
Does he want to add or no?
I think she nailed it. That's great.
Okay, thank you. So if I could just make my comments.
Sure.
Some of the thoughts I had, to me, this is a little bit, as Ms. Jensen said about, our formula retail in town, and I did vote against loosening restrictions on formula retail and restaurants in our downtown last time we talked about this, because, we have a unique experience in Los Gatos, and that we want to be careful not to lose that unique experience. And in the changing world of retail, where much of retail is going online, the experts say that you need to have a unique experience to get people to shop in brick and mortar, as Mrs. Jensen was saying, actually. The experts at presentations I've been to continue to point to Los Gatos as an example of a unique experience. So this means to me two things. One, we must protect our uniqueness and maybe even promote it. And two, it also says brick and mortar retail is getting harder, and we need to support our retailers, if not making it easier to do business, at least not making it harder. I believe this application actually is a good example of bringing uniqueness to Los Gatos. Its placement, it also seems to be good to me because it's going in a spot where retail is weaker on this end of the street. Parking is less tight than other places on the street. I know we always think there's parking problems, but this is probably the least tight area. It will be a destination business that will bring shoppers in to visit the other shops. So I think it's going to support the town like we're trying to do. And it's the demographic also seems to be strongly towards, let me say, women 25 to 45, which are the target demographic of a lot of the shopping in our downtown. So thus, I believe SoulCycle can be good for our downtown. I have, as I've kind of mentioned along the way, done my homework, and I've been talking to the other businesses, about this proposed site. And I, as we got the framing shop today, was definitely for it, and we heard some that were definitely against it, and I got a whole range of well, yeah, I think they should be able to go in, but there is going to be parking. So I think everybody mentions parking, but so anyway, that's kind of the input that I've got from the businesses. Let's see what else on. So I would say we should find a way to make this application work. I've also visited the lot behind several times, and I find consistently there are at least a few spots open in that area. And as I mentioned before, I think I understand when the spaces are going to be open, and the answers seem to change on when the parking is going to be, or the classes are going to be most intense when they say 6:30 to 7:30. Before we said from 4 on, and I think the applicant meant that it starts to get more again, but not the most intense. So I take that to understand that it gets intense again at 6:30 and 7:30, which is when all the shops right in that area have closed and the people from the office building next door have left. So Again, I think we should find a way to make this application work.
Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Just curious, Mr. Rennie alluded to the traffic generation, the trips, and there will not be any increase in trips. Does that mean there are not any increases in the traffic impact fees that we will be collecting or not collecting?
Yes, that's correct. We won't be collecting fees.
All right. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Ms. Sayak?
Okay, I'll make a couple comments, and then I think I'll go ahead and start a motion and see if I could get a second and generate some further comments. I think overall, the fact that it's a business that's really emphasizing community is something that's making me think that we can take a risk on the perceived problems with parking and traffic that your business may generate. I think there's, for the most part, everyone says, yes, we want SoulCycle to come into Los Gatos, but these are some of the issues that we need to deal with. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to step back and think of Los Gatos as a community, and there are certainly lots of issues we're dealing with. We're dealing with the traffic, we're dealing with parking, but we're also dealing with just economic development within our town, and there's future discussions about where businesses are moving. Is it on the northern side of town? Is it downtown? And how do we stabilize it so that all parts of Los Gatos really benefit from the residents and there's more neighborhood concern and neighborhood viability? It's something that we talk about constantly, and it's something where I think this is one area that can certainly help. It could be an anchor for the downtown, whereas Yoga Source, Orange Theory, those are along the boulevard, those are northern, that are anchors for those neighborhoods. I really look to you guys to help us, to be a community in addressing the concerns your existing neighbors have said. Parking and traffic. It sounds like you've given some thought to ways you can address that. Financial incentives are great. We're looking at how do we get people's culture to shift away from cars to bicycles. If I could get a reduced price just by showing up on a bicycle, I would do so. And I think you have many people who would be willing to do that as well. But I also think you don't want to be that business that comes in and really starts to cause problems for your neighbor. If I believe all the things that I have read and researched about SoulCycle, you don't want to be that. You aren't that, is what I truly believe. And so I think you would be a good fit for our community. You would start working actively to engage in either these financial incentives we talked about shared parking, valet. It's something that we've talked about in the past with existing restaurants. restaurants. These are all examples that I would encourage you to work with staff on. And one of the things that I would put moving forward is that we do a check-in, another public check-in with your CUP to see, okay, have we successfully started and have we been able to address some of these problems? If not, what are some more things we can do in place? And that's something that I think that would be beneficial not only for you as a business, but for the community, so that there's a way for them to share how it's going. And so with that,
I'm going to have you hold on for it, because you're going to segue into a motion, and it might be that you'll like to consider everything so you get a really good motion. In listening to the testimony and in reading all of the information that we received, it was clear to me that the analysis of this application is not what I call a linear analysis. And I mean, it doesn't go no yoga source, yes yoga source. It's got conditions that will put it somewhere in between. And let me back up a little bit. Let me start by saying I don't think that the Planning Commission erred. I understand that that there is a potential disconnect between using restaurant or retail parking requirements for a business that has 57 bicyclists every 45 minutes and maybe 5 staff members. I understand that. But that is what our ordinance says right now. However, as the Planning Commission pointed out, the application is also going for a conditional use permit, which requires the council and the Planning Commission to find that the proposed use will not impair the integrity and character of the zone. That is a different finding, and there is evidence that supports and does not support that. The other thing that we have to be mindful of as a council or as a town, that everybody is very enthusiastic about Soul Cycle, clearly, but this is just a use. Soul Cycle may stay there a month, a year, 10 years, we don't know, and then another use that is not owned by the same business might come in. We have and that's why I was very interested in Mr. Fusco's input on what we can do. We do have, there is a potential for a lot of cars coming in, and 57 and doubling up to 114. That may never happen, but still there is that potential. And we have to be mindful of that as a town, and especially of a downtown. So it seems to me that one could make the proposed use will not impair the integrity or character of the zone if we take the applicant up on its suggestion as to when it's, when it's most busy, morning, evening, intervals between the classes in the afternoon, bike racks, carpooling, looking for shared parking with other uses, which would probably be much more likely in the evening or early morning than any other time. Suggesting to clients that here are the various parking lots in town that might be used, suggesting, because somebody was mentioning south of Highway 9, there are parking lots north of Highway 9 that are town parking lots. So there's lots of suggestions, I think a lot of conditions that could be suggested or added to the conditional use permit that would make it a great fit for the town of Los Gatos and for this council. Ms. Sayak.
Okay, so I'm going to look to the council for the conditions that you feel appropriate, but I'll start off with what I heard today. So I move to grant the appeal, first of all, and find that the basis for the appeal is not that the Planning Commission erred or that there was new information. It really was a policy discussion that they had, as evidenced by, the verbatim minutes clearly showed that they liked the concept. They didn't feel that they had the policy authority to really make the decisions, and they really looked to the council to to basically fix the parking problem downtown. And I think that's something that we have taken on. There are ongoing things that we are working on. I'd love to share that with a later date. But with regards to this specific one, the conditions that I'd like to add first off is that we that we have a hearing within 6 months to see how it's going. And at that time, if further parking agreements and or conditions need to be added to remedy any identified problems, we would do so at that time. But the conditions that that I heard so far is that 30-minute intervals during the peak period, so that it gives people time to those that are departing and those that are coming in. It gives just more time for people to find those desired spots. So, in writing, I would ask the applicant to share with staff what are some of the marketing financial incentives you plan to use with your clients so that they are aware, especially those that have not come to Los Gatos, that there is a parking problem, there are neighborhoods that may be impacted, and these are the appropriate places to park, and these are the things that are strongly recommended: carpooling, biking, walking. I'd encourage you to proactively work with your neighbors, businesses, and residents, and I'd like it identified who would be the person that anybody would need to contact if someone happens to be parking in their driveway. And I think most of our businesses want a person on site, not a corporate number that they're going to be calling. And then with those, that's my motion, and I'll see if I get a second. So.
Before we go to that, I had a question. I'm generally not a big fan of granting a CUP and then bringing it in 6 months because that makes the business, the applicant, nervous. It would make me nervous. So my question for the maker of the motion is this CUP check-in, what is the scope of it? Is it just to see what's happening, or does it have the potential of modifying the CUP?
What I envision, I'm envisioning no problems to begin with, but I'm hopeful that in 6 months, if there are problems, residents and neighboring businesses can come to the town, share that with us, and then through further parking ideas, we can further create some restrictions, whether it's mandatory parking agreements that you would have to enter into.
All right. Do we have a second? Ms. Jensen.
I'm going to second, and I would anticipate that the 6-month check-in would result in, if there are any issues, which I'm not anticipating, would result in there being, if it was appropriate to make a change, to scheduling some other hearing so that they are not coming in to think that they're getting their CUP revoked or modified on that spot at 6 months. That it be an informational session is what I'm imagining on the second. Is that what the intent of the maker of the motion?
It is. And I'm looking towards our council if you have any specific ideas on appropriate verbiage. But for those that have come forward and expressed concern about parking, I want to give them an opportunity to feel that, okay, let's see how it is, and is there an opportunity for them to come forward and share it in the future?
So first, just a clarification, it would be 6 months from the date they open as opposed to 6 months from today, because I'm assuming it'll take a while before they do open.
Correct.
So, and then the other one is, it is difficult when you talk, and we can bring it back in 6 months or whatever the time frame is, but it is difficult in this situation when one of the ideas is to create a shared parking agreement maybe with someone when one isn't required under our code because they're already meeting our parking regulations. So there might be issues we can deal with, and I think that's what we'd have to do is come back and come up with ideas if there are actually problems that are set forth by the public. But we might have our hands tied as to what we can and can't do.
Mr. Schuss, let me follow up on that. I am concerned about a CUP check-in because when a business has a CUP, if this is what this council decides, then I feel as though they should have it. I'm not opposed to a quote-unquote check-in, which is the business and the neighborhood comes in and talks and expresses themselves, but I have a concern with that testimony being anticipated to be the genesis of modification, and that is of concern to me. Any thoughts?
Yes, I think it would have to be a two-step process, because the first step would be that check-in period, and if in fact there were issues caused by this business, then we'd have to see what those issues are and what remedies we have. For example, one of them would be the noise. If they actually are violating our noise ordinance, then there could be different conditions you could put on the CUP. But as I go back, the parking issue really is an issue that would be very difficult to open back up, because truly they have met their parking requirements under our current code. But there may be, certainly, if because of what's heard from the applicant and they want to be that good neighbor, there could be agreement to do further. So I think it is just really a check-in, and then from that point forward, we'd have to see whether we would institute our own modification hearings. I'll give the example of not North 40, Hillbrook, where we were able to do that through Hillbrook. But that's because they voluntarily came in for a modification of their CUP.
I want to go with Mr. Rennie first.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So I have a question about the definition of peak period. You were talking about 30-minute classes in the peak period. Now, I assume you don't necessarily mean SoulCycle's peak period, because they're saying they have a peak period in the morning, and before 10 o'clock we could sell parking spaces. We got so many. So I assume, how do we define peak period? What does that mean?
All right, there is a question. Does the maker of the motion have a response?
Good clarification. So peak period meaning downtown's parking. So I heard between 11 and 4 was the slowest time for the applicant, yet that's incoming time for people who want to do lunch, who want to shop, and so that's a time for SoulCycle to lengthen the intervals between their time so that it gives more people parking opportunities.
30-minute intervals between the classes in peak periods of 11 to 4. Is that what you're saying? All right, I'm going to go back for a clarification of the motion. And just for the council's clarification, the maker of the motion doesn't have to clarify just because Mr. Rennie or I are confused, but I still am confused about what is going to happen with this CUP check-in. On the one hand, I see it as sort of like a feel-good thing, makes us feel better that everybody gets to chat. On the other hand, I see it as a potential modification for the business, which I don't actually want to start on that path. So I'm going to, if the maker, I can't support the motion right now because there is not clarification on that issue. Ms. Sayak.
So for me, it's more a feel-good informational time. I'm assuming you would want to come in and be the good neighbor. It's certainly not a deal killer for me if we took that out. So it was a way for me to see how we can bridge the issues that was presented tonight. But if others feel that that would create more legal restrictions or legal problems, then I could easily delete that. So.
All right, so right now, does the maker of the motion want to leave that in?
I will leave it in, and if it doesn't pass, I will take it out.
All right, so it's in, and to the Ms. Jensen, is that okay with you?
Yes, I was going to indicate that I wanted it in as the seconder of the motion, and I understand it to be a check-in that would require further action if there was going to be a modification or revocation of the conditional use permit. The other thing I wanted to make sure that I understood as the seconder, given Mr. Schultz's comments, was that the motion did not require a shared parking agreement. It simply asked the business owner to encourage different kinds of parking and styles of transportation, correct? So we are not requiring anything over and above our regular parking.
That is correct. And, if we have a hearing, it just provides more pressure to the applicant to be a good neighbor, knowing that there's opportunity for others to share what's on their mind. To me, it's a great marketing campaign.
One more clarification.
Mr. Schultz.
And there would not be an application fee for the applicant for that 6 months check-in.
All right, and that's yes from the maker of the motion. I see a nodding of the head. Yes from Ms. Jensen. Ms. Pravetti.
Thank you. Just a clarification. It's implied, but I just want to confirm that the check-in is before the town council and not before the planning commission.
Oh,
Ms.
that's a
Sayak?
good point. Actually, I could have it before the Planning Commission. I just want a public hearing of some sort.
All right, does the maker of the motion want it before the Planning Commission? And the seconder?
I had assumed it was going to go before the Planning Commission, so that's fine.
Okay. Further discussion? All right, I see none. Before, I'm going to ask Ms. Pravetti or Ms. Puga to repeat our motion, specifically repeat our added conditions of approval.
I'll give it a start. The first condition is for a 6-month check-in from when the business opens before the Planning Commission to allow neighbors to have any concerns and allow Soul Cycle to discuss the businesses so far. The second condition would be 30-minute intervals during the peak times, which would be from 11 to 4. The third condition would be to share in writing with staff different marketing ideas to encourage Soul Cycle users for ride sharing, walking, or biking. And then the last condition would be to proactively work with the neighbors to identify a point of contact if there are any concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Sayak. Is that accurate? All right, thank you. All right, then Ms. Jensen.
I'm sorry, I had one more thing, and I'm not sure that I heard it from the Vice Mayor, and I apologize if you said it. Your motion incorporates adopting the resolution that is at attachment 7 and the Exhibits A and B with the changed conditions, with the finding that the Planning Commission was addressing a policy over which it did not have discretion to address?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no one, hearing no one, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, and good luck. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. To order. We are on agenda item 17. We will receive the report and recommendations from the ad hoc committee and direct staff to bring forward the following items for the town council consideration on its August 2nd, 2016 meeting. That is the agenda item. Staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The item before you tonight is follow-up from work that we've been doing since last fall when we first identified the potential need for a dedicated revenue source to support our capital improvement program in town. We have had an ad hoc advisory committee, citizens advisory committee, made up of 2 council members and 3 members of our public. They've been meeting and working very hard. Also, per council direction, we've had the completion of a survey. We have our consultants here this evening, and given the lateness of the hour and the other items on your calendar tonight, we are prepared to give that presentation, but if you'd rather, we can just proceed with public comments and your questions. The item for you tonight is whether or not you would like to provide us specific direction so we can continue to preserve our options to explore financial options for the town of Los Gatos. The survey came back very positive, as was in your staff report, indicating support for a half-cent or a quarter-cent sales tax on the November ballot. The ballot language is in your staff report for your review. We also tested whether or not there was viability for a utility users tax. That was not deemed viable. The other option that the ad hoc committee has been considering is a transient occupancy tax. The committee is not recommending that we move forward at this time with that particular option, seeing that that option is available to the town in future years at your discretion. The survey also found that we have a 75% favorability rating, and that the priorities for our community are repairing roads, improving traffic flow, maintaining 911 response times, and repairing aging storm drains. Again, Brian Godby of Godby Research is here to discuss the methodology and any of the specific findings that you might be interested in. We did review the survey results with the committee, and it unanimously recommended that the town proceed by forwarding and working on a half-cent sales tax. We are recommending that we handle this in a two-step process, whereby this evening you provide us direction for the preparation of any necessary resolutions. The committee is also very interested in accountability measures, and we're interested in your feedback and direction on that. And specifically, we're interested in your ideas around how we can create an oversight committee, as well as start identifying the specific capital improvement programs, so that way our community knows for which projects that money would be allocated for. So with that, we are available, both myself, the staff, finance department, as well as our consultant team, to answer your questions regarding the survey and the next steps. I believe our chair of our ad hoc committee is also here, and you may have cards from him as well as other committee members, and that concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have cards. A couple of questions. First of all, would you please explain to the council and to the community what council vote is necessary to place an item on the ballot, what council vote you're looking for tonight, and if they're different, why?
So this evening, we're looking for direction in order to preserve our options moving forward with the proposed opportunity around financial options for our town and for our specific local needs. So by providing direction in consultation with our town attorney, we only need a simple majority vote for that direction. The direction could include the preparation of necessary resolutions. The actual action on the resolution would be considered at a future date, August 2nd. That vote, whether or not to place it on the ballot for our voters to consider, does require the 4/5 vote of our council. And it's different because it's a different action.
All right, and so it would take 3 members of this council to move it forward to August, and between now and August, the staff would be preparing all the documentation necessary?
That's correct.
And then it would come to August, and at that point, it would require 4/5 to move further?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is the cost of placing an item on the ballot? And this would also apply to putting a transit occupancy tax item on a future ballot, should we decide to do that?
Yes, I would ask our town clerk administrator to see if we can quickly pull up that information. There is a set fee set by the county registrar of voters.
While she's doing that, I'll see if anyone else has questions. Mr. Rennie.
I have a process question. Will we be able to ask questions of the consultant at any time, like we're able to ask of staff, or only now during sort of public comment-ish?
The consultant team is here now, so if you would like...
I'd like to ask after public comment.
Of course, that works as well. Staff reminded me that we actually did put this information in the staff report on page 4 under fiscal impact. The election cost is approximately $90,500.
And it would be the same if we just did the transit occupancy tax separately in a couple of years?
No, the fees change every year based on the Register of Voters gives us the estimated fees every election, and they change based on what you're doing, how many pages, and that kind of stuff.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Jensen.
A follow-up to the mayor's question and then a couple of other questions, if I might. The staff report, I was figuring out, the information that we got said 90,511 for 2 council seats plus a tax measure, the difference being $46,611 if we put a tax measure on. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's for both the 2 council seats and the tax measure.
So the tax adds 46,611.
Approximately,
Okay.
yes.
My next question has to do with, and this may be for the town attorney, just combining page 2 and page 3. So I understand that what the committee is going to be asking and the council is considering is a general tax, which requires only a majority vote. However, a sales tax, specific sales tax, is a 2/3 vote, correct?
So a specific tax would be if you specifically say where those funds will be spent.
Right.
Within your measure. And for the
So if we said potholes,
you're going to spend all the money on potholes. That
2/3 vote.
2/3 vote, correct.
So if I'm looking at page 2 on our staff report, the bullets regarding the polling, it says 64% total support, so that's less than 2/3, right? I'm not a math whiz, so help me out here.
Yes.
Okay. Then my next question has to do with what I'm going to call the savings clause to make this a general tax rather than a specific tax, which is, and I'm assuming that's on page 3, the bullets, the last bullet, which says, quote, other essential town facilities and services, unquote. Is that the only thing that saves this from being a specific tax versus a general tax?
Yes, I would say that's the language that allows it to be a general
Okay, thank
tax
you.
measure.
Other questions? All right, seeing none. If anyone wants to address us on this agenda item 17, please submit a card. I only have 2. First of all, Jack Van Naden.
Good evening. I voted for a 1.5% sales tax after much discussion. And I thought the sales tax should go to fixing the infrastructure of the town. With the information we had at that time, it sounded like the bulk of the VTA tax dollars were going to San Jose and to BART, and little was coming to us. With a more complete understanding of the unfunded liabilities and realizing that it is likely that Los Gatos will work something out with the VTA, I've changed my opinion from using tax revenues for infrastructure to paying down a rapidly growing debt. With more information, I have changed my opinion and think we should seek a 1/4% sales tax measure. If you take no action to cut costs and increase revenues, our unfunded liabilities will be growing rapidly in the years forthcoming. Let me say that I am for regional planning, and I think the VTA measure is needed for the benefit of the whole Bay Area. But Los Gatos has a big need to cut down our unfunded liability debts. The VTA requires a 2/3 vote. What if it does not pass? If we don't pass our own tax measure, we will then need to have revenue for the infrastructure and for the unfunded liabilities. I don't believe we should take that chance. This November may be the best chance in years to pass a 1/4% sales tax. 2 years from now could find us at or near a recession. Sales tax partially comes from Los Gatos citizens. However, 30% of the sales tax comes from outside the town, so we get subsidized by people who come to this destination town. I voted for a general tax to fund the recurring revenue source that would maintain the quality of life in Los Gatos. A general tax is better in this case because it is more likely to pass. Additionally, if the VTA doesn't fund all that we need, we would have the flexibility to move the money temporarily to fix a more urgent issue. You can and should control the spending with a skilled oversight committee. You might ask, how does paying down a pension debt improve or maintain the quality of life in Los Gatos? Granted, you cannot see it, you can't feel it, you can't touch it.
like you can infrastructure improvements. But if the polls are correct and the VTA lives up to their promises, the infrastructure will be taken care of. We have to pay our own debts down, and now is the time to start a process. A 0.25% sales tax is a very small start, but at least it is a start. I hope that you will see that this is a tough decision, but the right decision for Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Van Nita? Seeing none. My only other card on this, Lee Fago.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to represent the townsfolk on the Ad Hoc Citizens Committee these last several months. And we work to find additional revenue sources for Los Gatos government. I appreciate the council reaching out to get this committee's perspective, and I also respect the work the town staff put into providing support and information to the committee. While the conclusion to move forward with additional taxing to help fill in for the budget deficit makes good fiscal sense, I believe, however, that this committee should have also looked first at how we could have been charged with developing some efficiencies in current spending and looked strategically at how developing some efficiency and how we further reduce expenses. The currently published 2015-16 adopted budget shows a $400,000 shortfall of revenue to expenses. Further, we are still facing more than, and the number varies, but more than $40 million in unfunded pension liabilities alone. This is more than the original approved total budget for the town, and projections for this year deficit is an additional 11% of our budget. I therefore suggest that just as the council solicited support from citizens to form this ad hoc citizens committee to help with raising additional revenue for the town, that this committee should also provide not just oversight on how these new taxes are spent, but in fact how the total town budget is managed. I would challenge that the task is only partially completed. Full budget oversight and input with help from citizens should benefit the town and be an additional resource for this council and staff. I therefore suggest that this ad hoc citizens committee be formally integrated with the town's own budget oversight committee, which is made up of staff, consultants, and some council members. Currently, there are no citizen input except the 3 minutes allowed at one of those committee meetings for public input. The fact that 192 townspeople spent more than 20 minutes in this survey that we've just seen the results of, they spent more than 20 minutes on average answering that survey, and their issues were road repairs, parking, and the drains. Again, I appreciate the council reaching out to the community to help with finding ways to raise additional revenue for these projects, but I challenge that this is only part of the full review of a budget and a balance sheet. Let's move our work from just being reactive to instead being more proactive. Let's bring additional citizen resources and perspective to help with this very serious issue.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Mr. Fago, I didn't understand something in there you said. You said there's a budget deficit. What year? I thought I heard you in the beginning of your speech say we had a budget deficit because
of $400,000.
In what year?
The current fiscal year, 2015-2016.
I don't understand that because we keep coming up with surpluses. We keep programming surpluses into spending for this year, so that doesn't make any sense to me.
In this Town of Los Gatos summary of 2015-16 adopted budget, it shows the general fund revenues, $37,475,000. Expenditures, $37,875,000. So the budget that was approved for this current fiscal year shows a $400,000 shortfall.
Okay.
This does not take into account.
Yeah, I don't think that's telling you the right picture. We probably need to ask questions of staff.
Let's do
You're correct.
questions and answers.
You're correct. That's why I'm asking for more oversight and why we should have been looking at the budget and all the elements of the budget before we started looking at raising revenue. It's not the way a business would run.
Other questions for Mr. Fagot? See none, thank you. I only have one more card. John Shepherdson.
I guess John Shepherdson, 1-2 Oakram. I guess for once I don't feel so alone, like I'm not the only person that's talking about our budget, and that I really never get any questions from the council members or express or staff, are the numbers right? And it's kind of disappointing because it seems like the numbers are there, but we're not moving. And why aren't we moving? It just seems like it's politics, and it seems like the people aren't being served. I mean, it's government of and by the for the people. It's not for the police department. And just look at the entire budget. And I don't. So we're talking about raising taxes, and when we could be potentially saving millions of dollars a year. And we know that the internal report just was flawed and it was biased. And so let's have this third-party review so that the public can get that input before we raise taxes. It baffles me. It baffles me. And I know you work really hard and you have difficult jobs, but it baffles me. So I do like the idea. If we're going to raise tax, then let's look at priorities. It's the roads and it's the unfunded liabilities, because it's a cancer on the town and no one really wants to talk about it. It's very sort of not popular. And for me to come up here and talk about that, I'm not like, then they associate me with that message. But it's a reality. Saratoga, they've paid down half their unfunded liability. So, and it was only at 7.7 million. And now it's like half that. We're at 39 million. And what's the plan to pay that down? We don't have a plan for the, and that's why I say that we're in the worst financial condition of the history of this town. And I'm the only one saying that. But nobody's saying that I'm wrong. It's kind of like greenhouse gases. They go up in the atmosphere, but we don't see them. And so we run up this debt, but unfunded liabilities. I mean, it wasn't even on the budget until the state required it. So it was just out there, but we're going to face it, and it's going to saddle the rest of the town councils in the town for years. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other people who want to speak to us on this? No cards? I'll close the public testimony portion of this public hearing and now look to the council for questions, comments, motion. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So my questions now may go more towards, I was not going to ask Mr. Conway questions, but I wanted to ask the consultant questions at this point. So in my mind, so we're talking about a tax measure, and in my mind, and I can go into a long explanation of why, that I think the VTA tax measure is more important, but it really comes down to, can both pass at the same time. So I'd like to understand why we think if we put a tax measure on in Los Gatos, we won't sink the VTA tax measure or help to sink the VTA tax measure.
I would like to invite Catherine Liu to the podium to answer that question for you.
Thank you, Town Manager. In fact, our organization over the last 20 years has represented in multiple instances as many as 5 overlapping measures successfully. Most recently, in the last even year election cycle in 2014, in Alameda County, as an example, despite significant concern to the contrary going into a given election, in our home turf, there was a countywide transportation measure, 2/3 requirement, which successfully passed. And at the same time, throughout the county, general purpose, parcel tax, and other types of finance measures passed. So when we look to 2016, which is a much more favorable election environment, I am confident, in fact, that a number of jurisdictions will put their visions forward to their respective communities and see them significantly considered.
I have a second.
Go ahead.
Very different question, and it may be for consultant, may be for staff. On page 3 of our staff report, it talks about the bullets that we were going to have on the tax measure. And when I look at those, and in the report that you didn't present, there are bar charts of various if you think this is important town, would you vote for it kind of thing? And the top of the list tended to be potholes and police and streets and so forth. And when I look at the way, the bullets you have here, number 1 is fixing potholes and sidewalks. That's fine. That pulled very high in this chart that you're starting to show. But then when I look at all the others, upgrade town parks, that was in Tier 3. Upgrade walking, hiking, bike trails, that was in Tier 3 or 4. Beautify downtown was T4. Maintain town facilities, T3. So when I look at this whole list of here's what we're going to do with it, most of it is very low in what the citizens seem to want, except for the first one, which we really get from the VTA tax measure. So I guess, do you have some response to all the T3s and T4s? Maybe you're going to tell me even though they're T3, it's still 65% or something to that effect.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. The ballot language that's on page 3 of the staff report, it was the language that was tested in the survey, both uninformed and informed, and I would ask Mr. Godby to perhaps explain how these community priorities was a different part of the survey. So it wasn't until after we received the survey that we understood where those priorities were. Perhaps either Ms. Liu or Mr. Godby would like to comment.
So this is the second chart. If we could actually go back one. It's a long list of items that we asked. There's a very specific methodology here, which is important to understanding this. There was some explanation in the full document. We got answers that were much more likely, somewhat more likely, no effect, somewhat less likely, and somewhat much less likely. We assign the numbers you see across the bottom to each of the responses. It's down at the bottom, 2, 1, 0, -1, -2. And we do that to rank the items in the most nuanced way possible. Having said that, the comment about where do the tiers stand in terms of the percentages, that's a valid one because the ranking sort of washes away the percentages, but they're still there. So Tier 1 ranges from 77%, at least somewhat more likely to support the measure at the top, down to 70%. So well above the simple majority that we would need for a general purpose sales tax. Tier 2 then ranges down to 66%, at least somewhat more likely. So everything in the top 2 tiers is 2/3 or up. The top of the third tier, which you see on this slide, is at 61%, so a little bit lower. And then if we can go to the next slide, the bottom of Tier 3 is 55%, at least somewhat more likely. So everything in tiers 3, 2, 1 are above a 55%, at least somewhat more likely to support it. So they're important at different levels, clearly, but they're all important above a simple majority. people that rate that as an important item. The ballot questions that the town manager referenced, one was asked before this series of questions, and the other was asked a little bit afterwards. And so the difference takes into account the additional information that people get.
If you could go back up to the slide before. So two of the big items in Tier 1, which you said are well over 70%, are things related to the police, 911 response time and maintain our neighborhood patrols, but those aren't in the ballot language at all. It seems like those are the things that should be in the ballot language if they, what this tells me is people will pay more money to make sure that we keep our police service, but that's not in the bullets.
It's not in the ballot question that we asked in the survey because we took our best judgment on what the ballot question in the survey should be based on the town's needs and discussion with the ad hoc committee and staff. This question is designed to validate that or not, and it does suggest that public safety is one of those items that could very well be in a final ballot question that you might consider. I'd let Ms. Liu comment on that as well.
Yes, in general, that speaks to the process that the town council is considering this evening, in that, as Mr. Godby indicated, we had to test a placeholder based on the helpful feedback from your ad hoc committee and some of the comments that we heard at the town council meeting I attended some weeks back. Now, having completed the survey, should it be in the wise judgment of the town council to proceed with additional planning, and with this evening's feedback and further input from the ad hoc committee, we can move some of these anecdotal citations of the projects around to construct a more pertinent ballot question as part of the process.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Leonardis.
Well, I don't have any questions in particular. I just have a few comments on this process. I was a member of the ad hoc committee, and the ad hoc committee was formed from council last fall when council was trying to find new revenue sources for things like primarily the Almond Grove streets. And we started out by thinking of things like vehicle impact fees from the trash company, transit occupancy taxes, and there was an item which was brought forth, which was utility users taxes. So the ad hoc committee was formed to decide should we pursue some of these revenue sources. And we wisely hired these consultants who polled our residents, and our residents told us that they did not want utility users taxes. According to the survey, it would fail miserably. But they did say that overwhelmingly that they prefer to invest in their community. And they thought the best way to invest in their community to maintain their high quality of life in Los Gatos was to raise taxes by 0.5%, according to the survey results. We as a council here tonight, in my opinion, are not voting to raise your taxes. We are potentially voting to say we wisely hired the consultants. We got the results of the survey. This is what our citizens want according to the survey, and that is to pursue language for a ballot measure and let the citizens decide whether they want to do it or not. It has nothing to do with VTA or whether that'll fail or not. It has nothing to do specifically with the language yet, although they were polled on certain questions, but that can all still be developed in the future. Again, nobody loves higher taxes, but the people in Los Gatos love their community and they love their high quality of life. And they understand, as they've understood with the school districts in the past, that investing money in their schools, investing money in their community is a good return on their investment and their quality of life. So I view this evening as not a vote on raising taxes, but an opportunity to let the citizens decide whether we should let them raise their taxes or not. And it's not the final step, as was mentioned by the mayor earlier. That would require a 4/5 vote moving forward after the drafted ballot resolution is reviewed on August 2nd. Is that correct? So I guess this evening it would just require 3 of 5 council members to say, we've heard the citizens, we've taken their feedback, and we're going to give them the opportunity potentially to move forward and let them decide how to invest in their community.
Further questions, statements? Mr. Leonardis.
I'll go ahead and move to go with the staff recommendations on page 1 of the staff report to provide the draft resolution to place a general purpose half-cent sales tax with a 25-year sunset on the November 16 general election ballot, to provide a framework for the Citizens Oversight Committee to ensure that all the revenues from the potential revenue measure are spent in a manner consistent with the ballot measure, and to propose a draft list of capital improvement projects as potential expenditures should the measure be successful.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Ms. Sayak?
If I can, I'd like to make questions of the maker of the motion to see if he'd be willing to make amendments.
Sure.
Would the maker of the motion be willing to move it from a half-cent sales tax to a quarter-cent sales tax? The reason why I ask, I should also give some background that I'm also on the ad hoc.
Let's hold on a little bit. Do you want to second the motion, not second it, or do you just want to talk?
Okay. Well, I would second it if I had some changes, but.
All right, Ms. Sayak, why don't you go ahead and explain how you would second it?
The changes that I wanted to ask Mr. Leonardis, first of all, was whether or not he'd be willing to move it down to a quarter-cent sales tax. I was going to give some caveats on why the half-cent to the quarter-cent sales tax, but I'll ask the first question before making further comments.
Mr. Leonardis?
I would be interested in hearing the caveats. The reason why I suggest the half-cent sales tax is because that's what the citizens polling told us to do. It basically polled that they wanted a half-cent sales tax, being that the quarter-cent, I think it actually polled worse, if I'm not mistaken, or about the same consistently. So to make a long story short, during the ad hoc committee meeting, the majority of the members decided at that time to move forward with the half-cent based on the data, which would raise more money, which would allow us to fix more streets and further improve in more parks and provide more beautification and whatever else the list says, more public safety, et cetera, et cetera. So it would be a better investment in their quality of life. We had individuals coming in earlier tonight who had applied for a business, and the issue of parking is always an issue. This could provide more parking, perhaps. So I'd say, and pay for some unfunded pension liabilities, which seems to be something that has come up several times this evening already. So I look at this as an opportunity, being that we hired the consultants, they did the survey, and the citizens said, yes, tax is 0.5%. That doesn't mean that in the general election it will pass. It's just what the citizens are telling us now, and that's why we hired the consultant and paid them good money, so we can get this information.
All right, I'm going to step in here. We have a motion by Mr. Leonardis for the half-cent sales tax and all the other terms that are contained in the staff report. Do we have a second for that motion? Hearing none, the motion dies for lack of second. Do we have a different motion? Mr. Rennie.
I'd like to make some comments. I'm not going to make a motion at this time. I know it's been mentioned that we don't care what VTA is doing, and I think I disagree. In my assessment, the VTA sales tax measure
that's also going to be on this November ballot is more important than our own sales tax measure, because it's going to bring huge benefits, not just to Los Gatos, but the whole county. There are many good things for it, for Los Gatos in it, and let me name some of them. There's money to implement a traffic program that has shown in other cities to reduce traffic around schools 30%. There's bike and ped improvement project money. There's money to build a corporate bus park and ride for us. There's $500,000 a year in road repairs. There's $350 million towards transit projects on Highway 85, of which $85 million of that is for noise abatement projects, which people in Los Gatos have complained about. There's many people in Los Gatos that will benefit from the regional improvements also when they try to get to work. There's $750 million for expressway improvements to overpass streets to make them faster where they don't have to stop at stoplights. There's highway interchange improvements to relieve choke points. Caltrain capacity increases that help take cars off the road regionally. And bringing BART to San Jose is actually going to help Los Gatos, I think, because it encourages the growth that's going to occur in our area over in the areas of BART and instead of Los Gatos. I know we don't like too much growth in Los Gatos, so it's a good excuse to put it over there. The point of all this is, our whole region is going to benefit from a VTA sales tax measure. Thus, I consider it more important than our Los Gatos sales tax. So in my mind, like I was sort of asking before, will the Los Gatos sales tax measure endanger the passing of the VTA sales tax measure? So I'd start by saying the half cent's definitely off the table for me, because it will collide with the VTA sales tax measure. With a half cent from VTA and a half cent for us, it will put us a quarter cent over the state maximum law. So you would then have to you'd be in some kind of legal limbo land where we'd have to negotiate. Either both would kill each other in Los Gatos or we'd share it, something ridiculous. So I definitely would say half cent is off the table. Possibly a quarter cent if I could really feel comfortable that we weren't going to sink what I think is a much better, a much more important sales tax for the region.
Thank you. Ms. Jensen.
I'd like to try a motion, if I might. And my motion would incorporate Mr. Rennie's comments, with which I agree. And it would be that this council, per page 4 of the staff report, paragraph E, under alternatives, not pursue any revenue measures at this time. And what I heard is one ad hoc committee member essentially change his vote and advocate using funds, if any, from a tax measure for unfunded liabilities. Seems to me that that would take an entirely new kind of survey and undertake a different kind of research and study. It's different than what we were polling for. I heard another member of the ad hoc committee indicate essentially that there needed to be a complete oversight of funding, which would not necessarily be addressed by anything that we're looking at in this staff report. There is a cost associated with a tax measure, putting a tax measure on of $46,611, and if we're concerned with our budget, that doesn't seem like a good expenditure. With very great respect to Councilman Leonardis, I disagree that it's something where the citizens have asked for a tax measure and now we'll let them decide. I think it's rather the council said, let's do a poll, and you ask them, hey, would you vote for X? Not that they've come to us and said, we want a tax measure. I think it's quite different. So I don't think that this is the time to do that. I agree that the half cent is not a smart thing because you are going to run over the cap if both the VTA measure and this measure passes. So to me, it sounds like there needs to be more work by the ad hoc committee to determine if it's infrastructure, if it's unfunded liability, if it's general tax. And I'm not comfortable with the notion of us floating a general tax because I don't think the savings clause really works in this instance, given the specificity of what we want to use the money for. So I think it's a little disingenuous, and if we want to do it, we really need to bite the bullet and go for a specific tax. So I don't think it's ripe at this time, and so my motion is to not pursue it at this point.
All right, I'm going to second the motion not to pursue any revenue measures at this time. Just generally, I'm not a person who supports tax measures, so I go in with that mindset. And if I am going to support something, it's going to be a measure that requires a 2/3 vote so that it's specific as to what the government entity can use that money for. And I have voted, and the community has voted for those specific things. I realize that there has been statements and testimony that this proposed tax measure would address specific items, would address potholes, would address infrastructure. But the bottom line is, if you don't have a 2/3 vote from the community, then the powers that can do anything they want anywhere down the line. I don't want to do that. I want, if we're going to have a tax measure, I want the community by 2/3 vote to tell the powers that be what they want that money used for. Further discussion. Ms. Sayak.
Okay, so now I'll provide some caveats on my perspective of where this happened, where I am now and where we were. When the ad hoc committee was first created, we were tasked with looking at additional revenue, and that included transit occupancy tax, which I'm going to call TOT, as well as the user utility tax, the UUT, that Councilman Leonardis had first mentioned. A lot of things were in play at the time, and there was a lot of discussion about a potential sales tax that VTA was proposing, as well as another sales tax that I believe the county was proposing that would put us over a limit that would prevent Los Gatos from ever pursuing any additional local taxes. So that's why the ad hoc committee changed gears and started looking at how best to look at revenue for Los Gatos. Now, as I said, things have been very fluid, and in the end, there have been lots of concessions made in negotiation with VTA so that Los Gatos can be assured that our infrastructure will be taken care of financially in the next couple of years. However, there still remains some discussion on how do we get additional revenue. One of the things that was still in play was the TOT, the transit occupancy tax, which I believe the majority of the ad hoc committee fully supported, but we did not want to put many taxes on the ballot measure coming from Los Gatos. TOT was suggested not to be put on if sales tax and or UUT was going. If it looks like, and it looks like now, that there will be no sales tax being moved forward, I would rather we put the transit occupancy tax for a November ballot so that we at least try to bring up our transit occupancy taxes with our neighboring communities, benefit from additional taxes that visitors will be paying as they come to visit Los Gatos, and at least augment the general fund with additional resources that we need. There have been many discussion about continuing to look at costs, which I completely support. That's another strong statement that this ad hoc committee would like to continue doing. But at the very least, I would like to see a transit occupancy tax put on for the November ballot. And so for that reason, I would not vote for the current motion.
Further discussion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I mean, I'm sitting up here on the dais, and it seems that we have two council members that have the full benefit of having knowledge of the VTA ballot measure, and that's not on our agenda tonight. So I'm just going to disregard everything that was said about VTA and their tax measure. That's not what I'm representing. I'm representing the people of Los Gatos, at least for tonight. I don't know about the future. I want to say that, again, we hired the consultants to do the survey, and this is giving the people a chance, or potentially giving the people a chance to weigh in. At this point, you know, we spent the money on the consultant. Nobody hates paying taxes more than I do. But this is what the community or the results of the survey is telling us. And I think that Los Gatos would benefit greatly from the revenue. I think my limited knowledge of the VTA thing, which we're not technically on the agenda to discuss this night, is not going to be bringing us $4 million a year potentially. That's not going to build us a parking garage. So I'm not interested in even hearing about that. But we have other issues. And I'm not being disingenuous when I say we have unfunded pension liabilities. No, the committee didn't necessarily discuss paying unfunded pension liabilities with this tax measure. That was not what we talked about. But there's competing needs for the revenue that this town currently has, and that could be one in the future, as well as salary increases, as well as our some $40 million worth of infrastructure needs that are on our CIP, our proposed CIP budget. So I was just looking for a solution to some of those problems over time based on what the community has given us, and I guess it doesn't sound like we're going to get there this evening. So I want to apologize to the community and those who were surveyed, as well as the Citizens Ad Hoc Committee, who put in an awful lot of time, who their vote was to make this recommendation to council. And looks like the recommendation is not going to be pursued.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I want to add that I did like Vice Mayor Sayak's idea, even though she's not happy with this. This motion is going to pass because I will support it. But I do like the idea of maybe a follow-on motion where we put the TOT tax on instead. So after we take this motion, maybe the Vice Mayor would like to make another one.
All right, and before we get to this vote, for myself, the reason that I restated the motion before I seconded it, because I had it very limited to not having this half-cent sales tax go forward, not because of VTA. Because, yes, I'm another person up here who's been following and working on VTA, but that to me is a separate issue and one that I haven't even personally or publicly weighed in on. That being said, I'm just opposed to this motion, this tax, because it's not specific as to how the decision makers spend the money. Further discussion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. And that's the point that is yet to be clarified. I mean, essentially, all we are doing tonight, potentially, based on the motion or the recommendation of staff report, is to come up with language that would further identify that and then allow the council to weigh in on August 2nd by a 4/5 majority. Everybody on this dais tonight seems to be thinking that they're voting to pass a tax, which is not what's occurring. What we are supposed to be doing, in my opinion, is responding to the results of the survey and giving the 64% of the people who responded to the survey favorably an opportunity to see us work for them. So that's why I proposed what I proposed according to the staff report. Again, nobody hates paying taxes worse than me, but I think that I'm beating a dead horse, so I'll shut up.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
All right, the motion passes 3-2. Vice Mayor Sayak and Mr. Leonardis voting no. And I'm sure that I join everyone else up here thanking the entire committee for the work that it has done. And reading the tea leaves here, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution for a TOT measure only.
Percentage of increase.
I'm sorry?
With that motion, we need to discuss what percentage you want to increase the TOT.
Oh, yes, you're right. I have a feeling my motion is 2%. Is there a second? Mr. Rennie.
I'll second your motion.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Mr. Leonardis voting no. Thank you all. We are now on agenda item 18, Veterans Memorial Conceptual Designs. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Christina Gilmore, Assistant to the Town Manager. The item you have before you this evening is the Veterans Memorial Conceptual Designs. We have a recommendation to approve the Veterans Memorial of Los Gatos, Support Foundation of Los Gatos, their selection of the Flame of Liberty to be chosen for the conceptual Veterans Memorial design, and then to provide direction to staff and the Veterans Foundation for next steps. In January 2015, the Council provided direction to the Veterans Foundation to develop conceptual memorial designs for 2 locations, the first being the Civic Center upper deck, and the second being the Redwood Grove adjacent to the Civic Center lawn. After that January meeting, the Veterans Foundation worked in close collaboration with the town manager's office and other town staff to revise a request for proposals for conceptual memorial designs. That request for proposal was released in October of last year, and designs were due in January of 2016. The town and the foundation received 6 proposals. From the 6 proposals, the foundation and the town reviewed them and made a preliminary decision to advance 4 of those proposals. Those 4 proposals were brought forward to a stakeholder committee made up of stakeholders from 12 different community organizations. Each of those community organizations were asked to self-select a representative from the organization to participate in the review of the 4 memorial proposals. From that review, the stakeholder review, 2 of the designs were brought forward as finalists. Those 2 designs are within your packets today. The first is the Brave Patriot by Lorenzo Giglieri, and the second is the Flame of Liberty by Frank Morris. Following my brief comments, the Veterans Foundation of Los Gatos is here to walk you through the memorial proposals. As I mentioned earlier in my comments, they do have a recommendation for their preferred memorial conceptual design. So they will be, 2 members of that group will be bringing you through the proposal designs in more detail and talking to you more about what the artist has envisioned for this design. After the foundation has concluded their presentation, on page 4 of your staff report, there are a series of questions that staff has put forward for council consideration as part of your deliberation. That is the next steps portion of this discussion, and so we ask that the council, after the foundation has provided their presentation and questions have been asked, the council can utilize the questions that are contained on page 4 of your staff report to help formulate any decision-making that you may make. That concludes my portion of the presentation, and at this time I'll ask General Kent Hillhouse to come to the podium.
I'm going to hold on just a minute, Ms. Gilmore. Hold on. First of all, any questions for Ms. Gilmore? Seeing none, please come forward, and the team, and I don't know who the team is, so you can tell me, the team will have 10 minutes for its presentation.
George Hall, to my left, will be participating on the technical aspects, and then Ellen Manzo is running the computer behind me. That would be the team. I'm Ken Hillhouse. Thank you very much for all the assistance you've given us over the last couple of years. In particular, Christine. Thank you, Christina. Thank you for yours. Moving back to, could we lower the light just a little bit so that everybody can see the? Can everybody see the screen? It's going to move to slide 1. So when we left the stakeholders, there was agreement between the stakeholders that it was approximately a 60-40 split in favor of the flames. Then we moved to the public review on the town website, and in that particular situation, we have 75% of the people preferred the flame, 15% the eagle, 7% were neutral, they liked both, and then we had about 3% who didn't want a memorial or wanted to make major changes to this one. And our purpose today is to get a decision from the town council for a conceptual approval so that we can move forward on the 4th of July to start our fundraising. Next slide. This is the site of this Civic Center looking north towards Main Street. Next slide. The red dot indicates roughly the location where the memorial site is to be. Next slide. Looking south from Main Street at the site. And we're going to put a quick video on here.
So this is from the street. Looking west now. You can see we're pretty far away. We've got some good-sized trees. The redwoods. I'll give you a view. That's the town center, Civic Center. I'm going to walk up and take a picture from there, looking out. So at this point we're standing right in front of where we expect to have the memorial. You can see the parking lot in the back. This is a view to the south. And to the northwest. So I'm going to go over here to the back side of the memorial site and give you a pan out to the street. So hopefully this will give you a better idea of the surroundings and give you an opportunity to get your juices flowing to do a beautiful, beautiful memorial for us here in town.
Okay, this slide was included with our RFP to the artist. You'll notice that there is an intrusion on the grass, which is approximately 37 square feet, which is translates to a quarter of a parking space in the parking lot behind there. Next slide. George Hall, who's sitting next to me, stands 6'3". That's George right there. Give you a perspective on size. Next slide. Halfway into the center of the grass area. Next slide. Street view. Now you can see what a 6'3" person looks like from the street. So the Geekley area, submittal. He's done a lot of, he's from Oregon, he's done a lot of sculptures, he's done work for the Pope, and he's a veteran of the United States Navy. Next slide. This is a maquette, and it's a miniature version of what his eagle would look like. It would be made out of bronze. Next slide. Shows Title 24 access. Okay. Also shows Pageant Avenue, way to from Pageant Avenue to the museum and to the Civic Center, which doesn't exist right now. Moving on to Frank Morris's submittal. He's a world-class artist also from Tennessee. He's a portrait artist, an illustrator, and also a master designer from the U.S. Mint. He has several first-place honors, and he just recently completed the Code Talkers coin. Next slide. Los Gatos birds in the background. The ADA access. Those individuals are approximately 5 feet 8 in height, so you can get a feel for size. Access from Pageant Avenue. The water depth actually would be around 2 inches. Soldiers' Cross, which originated around the time of the American Civil War. It's not a religious symbol. It's used to identify battlefield graves for later removal. That's the Flame of Liberty. Next slide. Next slide. Nighttime view shows the illumination of the lighting on the Flame of Liberty. And then the next slide. These were the issues that we picked up from the last time around, and have come up with solutions. I think we're out of time.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. General Millhouse, I'm not sure this is a very well-worded question, but when I look at the eagle one on the flag, you've got your slide 12 had a nice, clear picture of it. Then all the renderings that I see from a distance, it doesn't look nice. It looks like a blob that I can't understand. Is that just the rendering, you think, or is
they could not get a 3D version of it on the pedestal. And so you're seeing a two-dimensional, one to two-dimensional. So you're correct.
So it might be better in 3D, is what you're saying? Better looking?
It look more natural. Look
okay.
better. Correct.
But both the flag and the eagle, I mean, it's the flag part that I'm kind of worried about. I can see that there's something sitting on top of the flag, but the flag looks like, I don't know what. The flag will be better looking, you think?
I have not seen it in the three-dimensional format, but there's one picture that we had. We can get that up. That gives you the maquette. Gives you a better feel for what it would look like. This is the artist miniature version. There it is.
Yeah, so that picture doesn't look so bad to me, but it doesn't look at all like the faraway renderings I'm seeing. That's what I'm struggling with.
So I think you would have to put your imagination cap on and envision the pedestal and then envision that on top of it. For some reason, when they put that together, they could not get a three-dimensional view on top of the pedestal.
Okay.
But it would look better if it were three-dimensional.
Other questions? Ms. Syatt.
Thank you. Based on my own individual meetings with several members of your foundation, my understanding, though, is that the recommended design is not this, but the Flame of Liberty?
That is correct.
Correct? And so,
we had 100% of our organization is behind this one, behind the flame.
The flame, okay.
Correct.
Okay, that's the question I had. Thanks.
Other questions? With regard to the flame, starting at the ground level, how far up would the top of the flame be? Please, go ahead, so that we can all hear you.
Yeah, the flame itself is 12 feet high.
So from the ground to the top of the flame is 12 feet?
It sits on a pedestal. The pedestal will range from is almost zero, somewhere around 6 inches. The ground slopes, if you might notice, the building in the background is much higher than the area that we're working on, and that slopes down to the grass. So at the grass, the pedestal will probably be somewhere between 18 inches to 2 feet high, and of course that being level will go back to almost nothing in the back of the statue.
So the pedestal will be basically 0 inches to 2 feet, and then the flame is
12 feet.
Above that?
Yes. And that's not any higher than the artwork that's out on display on the lawn, which is actually much closer to the street. That's 13 feet high.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So I'll go to the flame. As you can tell, I was not too hot on the Eagle for the reasons I mentioned, but the flame seemed like a better choice. But I read through a lot of the comments, and there was a lot of comment about maybe the right materials aren't chosen. They're either maybe there could be more colors, or there. I think the comment was something about the wire with the glass didn't seem like it would hold up very well, or it didn't seem like a quality way to go. At this point, I'm understanding our process is we're just kind of saying, yes, we agree the flame's better than the Eagle, and you're still going to work on it. I mean, I guess the question is, are you still open to spend more time on refining the design some more?
We understand that there's going to be some planning department view and permits to be issued. We are pretty locked in on the concept, and it's set up to last a lifetime. In fact, George can talk about the materials to be used, but it's done. All we have to do is put together once we get agreement conceptually, we'll put together the plans on it.
Yes, the material is like an antique glass that is placed on a very thin wire mesh. The wire mesh actually disappears, and the glass is extremely thick, and it's an antique glass that has a hue to it that gives it that kind of a glow look, and then lucite is installed over that creates the strength that makes it almost impenetrable. It's almost bulletproof.
And so, second question: are you absolutely set on 12 feet for the flame? I'm unsure myself whether it's too tall and overpowering. I think of this should be if this is supposed to be a place for people to come in and contemplate, if you get too close and it's too big, it doesn't let you get drawn in. It forces you to step back further. And there's not that much information here to really tell whether it's the right scale for people and for what's there.
Well, most of the memorials that I've been to, most of them are much larger than a human being. There's something to look up to. And if you look at the picture of me standing there at that site from the street, I'm almost infinitesimal at 6 foot tall. The building behind us stands up well over that 12-foot limit from where you're standing. So if you see something that's that small, it's insignificant. So I think you really need that, at least the 12 foot, in order for it to stand out.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Jensen.
I think this question is for the general. You just said, thank you for your presentation, by the way. I just heard you say, with respect to the flame, it's done and there'll be some planning department things. And I'm curious, what do you mean by that? And if you were here for for example, the item on the house where we had pages and pages of plans and dimensions and guidelines and planning commission hearing and town council hearing, what do you mean by it's done and we'll have some planning department things?
Well, the done part means that the artist has put together the concept, and all we have to do is transfer it to plans. But regarding the house and all the discussion that took place with sizing that house, we're operating under the artist policy, which is what the January 2015 meeting, which I believe you were in attendance, directed that we follow the arts policy, so it won't be handled as if it were a building being constructed in downtown Los Gatos. It would fall under the artist policy. And then that would be the planning commissions would have to give us additional direction on that. But we do realize that there's going to be electrical out there, there's water, there's different things, so obviously we have to adhere to town policy on that.
Further questions? Ms. Ayak?
So for those such as myself who's not an artist, will there be an opportunity, and perhaps it will be at the Planning Commission, to look at the various materials that you were speaking of today, like the glass and the lucite and, I'm sorry, all the other things you said? Is there an opportunity for the public to start seeing that so that they can start to visualize what it would look like?
I believe sometime in the near future, we have not directed the artist to do anything because everything costs money until we get some type of approval from the town council. But once that's done, they do have a list of materials that they'll be using and examples. So the answer is yes.
All right. I see no further questions. And
there was one comment I would like to make, though. That this memorial it's a representative to our veterans, to honor the veterans who brought us our individual freedoms, our freedoms we have in the country. Some people view a memorial as something that's a war, it promotes warfare, and it's a warlike type of memorial. And I think we've said this many times. This is something that is to honor those who have sacrificed to maintain our independence and our freedoms in our country.
Thank you.
And also, please keep in mind, this is a gift. Okay, this is not something that is going to be paid for by the town. There's no attachment here for money. We're going to raise it all, and we're going to give the veterans and their families a place that they can come and feel comfortable and be happy that they have a place like this in our town. And I think that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have some cards. We'll start with Mary Ellen Comport. And if you want to speak on this, please submit a card to staff. Ms. Comport?
Thank you. As you note on my card, I am here on behalf of Lisa Casino, who is the Executive Director of New Museum Los Gatos, which is the building that is in the background that our group before didn't seem to know the name. So that is the New Museum of Los Gatos. And in her remarks, I will read her letter. Dear council members, I have reviewed the two proposed designs. and have also been part of the stakeholder discussions. As a representative of NUMU, I would like to express my concern for the impact these designs will have on the museum in terms of location, scale, and intrusion into our space and aesthetics. The location of the proposed memorial, adjacent to NUMU Sculpture Garden, does not seem like the best spot for a contemplative space. Both visually and conceptually, it will overshadow our sculpture garden and seems prime to be a place for young climbers during music in the park and other lively town gatherings. The current scale of the designs will overshadow the physical space and dominate the view of the museum from the street. If the wiggle walls are allowed to become part of the project, they will create a massive design element that is out of scale to the delicate mid-century award-winning architecture of Arts Town Center. We are concerned with how the overall design fits into the current aesthetics of the entire plaza. Both designs, due to their scale and location, intrude into NUMU's psychic space. While both designs have their merit artistically, their scale and dominance will create a design concern, however, and however we may use the sculpture garden. It is our hope that the council finds the right scale and location for this very important memorial, one that is sensitive to surrounding use and design, and a worthy, appropriate, thoughtful, and meaningful reflection on the valor and sacrifices of our veterans. Sincerely, Lisa Casino, Executive Director, NUMU, Los Gatos.
Questions? Thank you. All right, I had an onslaught of a lot of cards, so we're going to do Ali Chi, followed by Maureen Javi. All right, so it'd be followed by Glenn Kishi.
Hello, I'm Ali Chi, and I am speaking as a citizen of Los Gatos, but also as a citizen of the world. I've lived in 4 countries. I've traveled in 50. These were communist countries, religious government-run countries, war-torn, poverty-stricken, countries reduced to rubble from both natural disasters and war and just the ravages of poverty. And the one common denominator, or there were several common denominators, but one of them was that I found people to call family and love in all of these countries. But that love does not preclude understanding and knowledge. And the knowledge that the gifts of freedom we have and expression, and even creative expression as an artist or a museum curator, come at a price. So we can love while acknowledging our veterans. They're not mutually exclusive. Being a peaceful community does not preclude honoring the people who have made it possible. So I would say that another thing that I've gained in this travel is a different lens to look at the town center through. So whether it's the biggest, grandest squares in the world, I don't know if I'd call them grand, but they would call them grand, Red Square or Tiananmen Square, or the smallest little piazza in a village in Italy, for example. I'd say without exception, they have something that's a real draw, a real magnet that is it's a cohesive element to the city center that is honoring their vets. I mean, just without exception. And I think the absence of one in our city center is conspicuous. So I would suggest that this group of people have worked 3.5 years, and they've presented a beautiful, of course, with every major installation in any city in the world, there's going to be controversy. I mean, look at the Eiffel Tower, huge controversy. They wanted to tear it down. It was supposed to be temporary. Now it's an icon. Everyone in the world knows it. The Ayampe Pyramid in front of the Louvre, same story. That building in San Francisco that was a part of the World Fair exhibit that they were going to tear down, I don't remember the name, same thing. So you're going to experience controversy. You're going to get feedback about why it's too tall, too short, too fat, too raw material. But at some point, we look at this and say, do we have a group of people who have done something very good and noble for our city and for our vets, for our country? Is it something that in general we can say is a thing of beauty? Let's give them a yes to go and hash out the details. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Kishi, followed by Debbie Grizzle. I'm sorry. Did you want to? Is she? Oh, you mean you want to double her time? No, 3 minutes. Okay, so Debbie Grizzle, followed by Barney Davidge. Just a moment, we have our camera person here.
I'm the third generation of a Montessorino family who went to Los Gatos schools. My parents still live in Montessorino. I'm the proud daughter of a naval aviator and a very proud mom of a Marine helicopter pilot. We were raised and have raised generations who value their freedoms and don't take for granted the cost of these freedoms. I live with the reality of one day answering my front door and welcoming into my home a Navy chaplain and a Lance Corporal that need to inform me that my son has given the greatest sacrifice for this country and for everyone here. By having a Veterans Memorial in town, it is a concrete way to pay honor to those who have served our country and their families who have all sacrificed. It is my understanding that a large number of Los Gatans have written letters supporting a memorial to honor the men and women families who have served in the armed forces, and these letters have been written either to the council or to the press. It's my understanding previous council meetings have had large showings of townspeople in favor of the memorial here. Frankly, it's hard for me to understand why the Los Gatos Town Council isn't following its duty to represent these constituents by accepting the beautiful and generous gift of the Veterans Memorial. After nearly 4 years, why has a decision not been made?
Questions for Ms. Grizzle? Seeing none. Barney Davidge, followed by Francis McVeigh.
How do I show something? Well, I come to this as architectural illustrator for 40 years, and they did a great job on their perspectives and the views. But I noticed that they didn't give us a view from the street of their sculptures. And so I just wanted to show you, and I'm not going to show you the flames, the flag and the eagle, because you guys want the flame. And I just took the measurements off their website, and this is a view.
You can take the mic out so you can move around. There you go.
This is the corner from the bus stop view, and I just did a quick massing model because I didn't have time to do a real excellent model like they did. But this is the massing model of the scale that I took off their plans that was on the website of that's the scale of how it would look from the bus stop. Then from the sidewalk looking straight on, this is the scale that we would see. Well,
please.
Well, okay. What I did was
Mr. Davidge, speak to us, and the rest of you just listen.
This is 1 foot. This is 2 feet. This is 12 feet, and then I just used some scale. I would be more than glad if I had their plans, or if they would just show us what it looks like from these two locations, because they have great models.
And I just want to make sure that everybody sees exactly what it really is. We've seen what it looks like flying, what it looks like walking in the back, walking down, but we've not seen what it looks like going down the street and the scale. We've seen a 6'3" person standing off in the distance, but we've not seen the massing of the walls or the sculpture, and I would like to see that. And it could be great. I just like to see what it looks like. What I request is, and I'm assuming they're doing this, they're using licensed architects and licensed landscape people that are working on this project. I don't know if they are or not. To have story poles so the public can actually see the scale of the project, and to have an image set at those story poles so the public can see what is requested. I understand now it's going through the art process, and I didn't realize it was that, and that's my mistake, because I thought you had to go through planning in order to put a structure this big in front of a civic center. So I was a little concerned about that. But I just really want to know what it's really going to look like coming down the street. And the scale to me seems awfully large. And I come from a history of, gosh, in my family, I think between my brothers, sisters, father, and their sons, there's 8 in the first responders in the armed forces. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Francis McVeigh, followed by Mike Frangadakis.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Fran McVeigh. I'm not a member of the foundation. Rather, I'm the president of the United Veterans Council of Santa Clara County, as well as the county commissioner for Veterans Affairs. So my purpose in coming before you tonight is first to commend the foundation for bringing the project this far, to thank the council for the assistance that's been given thus far, and to encourage the council to ensure the project moves forward efficiently and expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Frangadakis, followed by Rex Naden.
Yes, I am Mike Frangidakis. I'm also a commissioner with Francis Veterans Affairs. I'm also the founder and CEO of the foundation. And I too want to thank the council. We started this 3.5 years, almost 4 years ago. I would urge the council tonight to give us an approval on this project. We're ready for it. The town, I feel, needs it. It's about time. If you look at your history books here, you will see pictures of Civil War soldiers, veterans, marching down the dirt streets of downtown Los Gatos. So there's a long history of veterans in this town. We currently have 81, I keep a list of 81 veterans from the Gulf War, from the Middle East War that have served, and countless others. This project will be a great asset to the town of Los Gatos. It will enhance Los Gatos. It may not be the Eiffel Tower, but we plan for it to be a world-class memorial. And we certainly don't want a little thing in the corner that nobody can see or find. It should be viewed from the street. So I would urge that you approve what we've drawn for you. We've had countless meetings with stakeholders, countless articles in the paper. I have personally received accolades and, attaboys, let's go forward, let's get this done. So please, let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Rex Naden, followed by Ellen Maneo.
Yes, my name is Rex Naden, and thank you very much for taking the time to review our proposal. We're all here as free citizens of the United States. However, this freedom is not free. It's been bought and paid for by our veterans and our service members and first responders. And the proposed monument is a beautiful and tasteful way for Los Gatos finally to recognize these people that have allowed us to be free. Los Gatos deserves and needs this memorial. So please approve the process to allow this to move forward into its final design, which I'm sure everyone's going to get a chance to see, and it'll be something that this town will be very proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ellen Mineo.
Ellen Manzo, Town of Los Gatos. We had a 4-minute video that we didn't get a chance to provide, but what I would like to do is focus on some of the comments that have come in from the public. And in advance of that, share with this organization that 2 years ago when we went before the town council, we were advised 48 hours before coming forward in November of 2014 that this was a public art project, and therefore we needed to pursue the public art policy, which was just presented to us. We discovered after going through that process of pursuing that the public art policy requires that it apply to art that's given to the town. And based on our knowledge from meeting with the town attorney, that the art will actually be owned by the foundation for good reason. It protects the town. As a private foundation, we can say no to something that might be disrespectful that's offered as an engraving option or a donation to the town. So we pursued that. Given the experiences that our individuals in the team have experienced over their lifetime, I would advise the council that if you were to think about when you were 22 years of age, we have individuals in this organization who managed a platoon, who have seen 70 individuals of their platoon wounded in action, of which 40% were killed in action. We have individuals of this organization that have been up against 65 North Vietnamese, along with South Vietnamese, a band of 10 supporting them in that endeavor, having their boots shot off at the heels, having taken hits in the chest. We have individuals in this organization who have gotten rewards or accolades short of the Medal of Honor. Anything that we were to do in this organization that suggests or smacks that a memorial in their honor, in their respect, is of the nature where it should be in the same caliber of a city request to, or a town request to have a residence put up or a business put up, really minimizes that contribution to this country. And so therefore, I would ask that this organization really take a look at what this memorial is. It's all about respect, and it's all about honor to the kinds of experiences that these individuals have put forth for the freedom that all of us enjoy, for the freedom of speech and every freedom that we have in this country. A few of the comments: a memorial needs to focus on veterans, active soldiers, and first responders. The Soldier's Cross has gotten a great deal of comments that have been positive from the public. It's a voice that Los Gatos needs. That the memorial is eye-catching. The tie-in with the Statue of Liberty, which stands for the liberty that the veterans fought for, is very, very appealing. The Flame of Liberty serves to honor the sacrifice without being militaristic. The Flame of Liberty is both inspiring and reflective. It captures your attention. It's reflective. It's sophisticated, just like the town of Los Gatos. Its unique design feels more special. It more fully acknowledges those who served and made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Well, those are a few of the many that came forward. Please show your leadership, and let's vote yes on the Veterans Memorial this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of things. First, to staff, I would see the original two gentlemen as the applicants to have 5 more minutes. Do you agree?
If that is what the council desires, yes.
All right. And before I go there, all right, John Shepherdson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And before you speak, John, to the council, after John speaks, I will be looking to the council. We don't have to do that because we can go till midnight. That's okay. Mr. Shepherdson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, the reason I came here tonight, at the request of my friend, Mr. Lochner. So in one respect, I feel inadequate to speak on this topic. I did not serve in the military, although my father did. So how does Los Gatos best honor those that it served our country, and poignantly, those that died for it? so that we can enjoy the blessings of liberty, which includes what we are doing tonight. To honor those that have served, I have done some homework on this issue. I've walked the grounds, spoken with before on this issue before the town council, talked with members of the community, and earlier tonight spent about 30 minutes with Ellen reviewing the video and asking questions. And so this is what I suggest, humbly, that you give great deference to what the vets want, these gentlemen here. I like the wall screening the parking lot. The flame to me symbolizes liberty. I like the idea that we actually light up the flame at night. I want the memorial to catch people's attention, because that's what a memorial is. If they don't see it, then how can we memorialize? I want kids to drive by and say, what is that? What is that? What is that about? And ask questions and educate them. I want the community to remember about those that served. I don't want it to be out of sight, out of mind. So perhaps in terms of the height, maybe the flame can be brought down to the same height as the wall, so that if you're on the other side of the wall, that flame's not there. I don't know. To address some concerns of certain members of the community. So in sum, I would suggest that we go with the proposed memorial or something substantially close to it.
Thank you. Again, if you want to speak, please submit a card to Angelia Dorner.
Hello, Angelia Dorner, proud resident of, you know where. Right now I'm a proud resident of the Redwood Grove because I'm really excited about what this thing is going to look like. You know, as far as I can tell, this foundation has done everything that has been asked of them. Everything. They started with something that was just way too big and too massive, and up in the fountain area, upper deck, please move to the Redwood Grove. They're in the Redwood Grove. The RFP basis, the rigor that they went through, I think was fabulous. Most importantly, their community involvement, having every service organization in this town participate throughout this process, as well as soliciting public comments through social media and other factors. I just think they've gone above and beyond their call of duty in trying to get this thing done, and to at least get moving forward. As far as the design, I love it. I think the walls doubled up are a little bit overpowering, but definitely needs to have some kind of screening for the parking lot. So I think it could be softened a little bit as far as the amount of concrete behind the thing, but I love the flame. I love the Soldier's Cross. I love the water. I love the light. I think it's fabulous. I really don't think the foundation could ever come up with anything that will satisfy NUMU as long as it is in this town plaza. So I really just want to give them all the credit for doing what they have done and following, and as I say, above and beyond duty in trying to get this this very important thing for the community, for our veterans, and just for respect. So let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have no other cards, so I'm going to give 5 minutes more back to whomever is representing the applicant.
Well, we will talk a little bit about the height just quickly. And just from memory, the serpentine wall is 6 feet at its height, and it's 3 feet at its low area down by Pageant Avenue, or Pageant Way. The wall that stands behind the flame, I'm going to say is 9.5 feet at the high point and 6 feet at the low point. And then the actual flame stands 6 feet taller than George in the orange shirt. And George, did you want to pick up on this a little bit?
Yes, and this will be in response to Barney Davich's question. He wanted to see what it would be like from the street. So what I'd like to do is have Ellen pull up that that image one more time of me standing with the view from the street. Keep talking, okay. I'm sorry. No, it'll just be me.
All right, let's
I'm 6 foot.
let him talk to us.
And the statue is 12, so it's going to be twice my height. So I think you'll see that your building is still totally visible in the back because you're up higher, and our wall is only at 8.5 feet at that point. So, oh, you got it. Okay, so go all the way back from the street. See, I look, for example, if I were to sit down here and Barney was to stand here, he would appear taller than that building, okay? So what he's doing is he's doing the same thing. He's making it look like you're looking down here and you're looking up high, and that person is going to look he's going to look 12 feet high. So if you look at this picture here, I am here. That's me at that height. So you double that. That's as high as the memorial is. You drop down 4 feet, and this is the height of the highest wall. So you can see this whole building is going to be showing above our memorial. Now, if you look at this and you're from the street driving by, all you're going to see is something this high. You can see this car sitting here, how high it is, because this whole area is higher than this area. So if you don't make it 12 feet high, now, if you look over here, I don't know if it shows, can you see it over here, that statue that's over there at 13 feet high? Oh, you can't see it. But there's a piece of artwork over here, I don't know, chrome or stainless steel or something. And it's much closer to the street. And you can, you have to look at what we're doing. It's going to be infinitesimal compared to that piece of artwork that's out there. So I think you'll find that it needs to be at least this high, even to be able to be seen from the street at all. And speaking as a parent of a Army Ranger who's served many times, he's thrilled that he's going to finally have a place that he can come and know that people care about him. And you guys have the opportunity now to make it happen. Thank you so much.
And we also, as a gift from our organization to the museum, we're providing Title 24 access from Pageant Avenue all the way into the museum. So we respect the folks in the museum, and we want to make them happy, and that's our pre-gift to you, Barney. And that's all we have to say. Questions?
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Could you show the model pictures of the flame again? What I'm struggling with is we got sort of not very good information in our packets, and then you've brought us new information that we're trying to look at.
Yeah, this came in today. We've been pushing the artist, and apologize for that.
It's definitely better, more illustrative than what's in our packet, but we didn't get very long to look at it is the problem.
Do those people stand 5'8"?
So, General, if I could ask another question while we're watching, if it's not too distracting for everybody. I think one of the speakers asked you the question, did you have a landscape architect involved? And one of the things that I'm not so sure about is, you know, I'm not an architect at
Mr.
all.
Rennie, I'm going to have you
Wait
hold
till
on.
I finish it.
Yeah, because we're going to have a bad sound. All right, why don't you start over with your question, please?
Okay, so one of the speakers mentioned, you know, did you have a landscape architect involved? And what I'm unsure of is, you know, not being an architect, when I take the first look at this, I see a lot of square and straight lines, and then I see curved walls. And I can't judge, I don't think, how well that fits. I know you have an artist that was focused on the flame, but I don't know if he's qualified to look at sort of the whole thing.
Yeah, we're gonna have architect. We'll have structural engineer. We'll have civil engineer. We've already had topo of that area. That's why I know what the difference in elevations are out there and how we're going to deal with those to make sure that we're ADA compliant and all the requirements that are set up. We'll also have an electrical engineer that will do the Title 24 for the lighting, so that all those issues will be dealt with professionals.
Okay, thank you.
Let me follow up, because I will tell you that my concern is mass. And so I want you, whomever is speaking, to just give me your best shot at why I shouldn't be concerned about mass. And mass is not just the height of the flame vis-a-vis a person standing beside it, but the massing of the walls behind it, the fact that there are several walls interfacing, the massing of the cement around or underneath the flame. So tell me why I should not be concerned about massing.
Well, I'm not an artist. I just can feel things. And I guess I never had that impression. But the size of the flame and the surrounding walls, I'm not sure when you go from the tip of the left side to the tip of the right side of the monument, what the actual number of feet are involved there. But I would suspect it's probably less than 15 feet, would you say, George? Well, from the left wall behind the flame down to the end of the flame, it's not a big distance. Yeah.
All right, let him, somebody speak with the microphone so we get this all on a record.
Well, according to the artist, the integrity that is put forth with a massive wall, it shows strength, kind of a silent strength that is a bit awesome. Okay, it's not terrifying, but it shows strength. Now this wall, the wall that's behind there, is that one is a textured concrete, so it appears to be. If you got a close-up picture of it, it would almost be like a piece of granite that exudes strength and honor. That's the idea behind the artist's concept. So it should be a feeling of security. You're not going to have a skinny little wall sticking up there to hide something. This is something that means something to people that look at it.
It would probably be nice to have Frank Morse come out, because he can do a much better job than I can depicting what George just said. I'm an old cavalry guy who knows tanks and armored cavalry assault vehicles, not too much, but it feels good to me. The whole thing set up feels good.
Other questions? Seeing none, we will now close the public testimony of this hearing. And I will look to the council members for questions, discussion, motion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Somebody has to jump in first. I see no problem with the concept. This is obviously a long way from being approved. It still has to go through the planning. It still has to be formally designed and drawn up and blueprints, all those kinds of things. I realize that the renderings, the 3D renderings, are just rough ideas at this point in time. But I don't think it's too large. I don't think it's too massive. I don't think it's too anything. I think it's a wonderful portrayal of what could be there. It's a rough portrayal, but it has to start somewhere. So I'm comfortable moving forward with the staff recommendations on page 1 of the staff report, going forward with the Flame of Liberty. And regarding direction on the next steps, I don't know exactly what that means, but I would say go raise money and go through the planning process and let's get it done. It's long overdue.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Ms. Sayak.
I'll go ahead and second the motion. My understanding is that a conceptual design is being requested of us between the two, and I certainly agree that between the Eagle as well as the Flame, that this is also my preference between the two. Art, as I mentioned in the last meeting, is very subjective. I'm not an artist, but as the general said, you kind of know it when you see it, you feel it. There's lots of things that this memorial will invoke depending on people's experiences and preferences. What I'd like to see is to just have it move forward. I think having something, a conceptual design on 4th of July so people can start to weigh in, I think that would give further refinement to the process. You're going to start fundraising. That gives further comments. I think this is something that we should all start to get excited about. That's why I asked about the materials. I'd like to just start to see it become more refined, to take more shape, to get more community involvement, and frankly, just to generate more excitement and buzz so that it's a successful project that we can all be proud of.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I have a question of staff. We've had comments like conceptual and far from approval. Please, if you can give me your weigh-in on what we are doing, what is being asked of us tonight, and what we are doing exactly with our motion.
The primary decision before you is the selection of the artwork, and the motion on the floor supports the recommendation coming from the foundation in terms of the artwork. There is a draft agreement that we are beginning to put together in terms of roles and responsibilities with respect to the memorial, what our obligations are as a town, and what the foundation's responsibilities will be, not only for construction but ongoing maintenance and liabilities and those sorts of things. We would appreciate any specific direction because we are in a little bit of a gray area. A planning process would be one way of obtaining additional public input. Otherwise, we would just go through a staff review opportunity. So we really would like to know, A, whether or not the council would like to see the refined drawings when we do have scaled plans that identify specific wall heights and thickness and materials when we have a materials board, or would you like our planning commission to do that review? I think we would also be interested, we've had some comments generally around mass and scale. Are there wall height limitations, or are any kind of quantitative direction at this point would be very helpful before the expense of plans being drawn up is undertaken by the foundation.
Let me follow up, Ms. Pervetti, because I'm not quite sure what it is you want. You mentioned artwork, you mentioned refined drawings, you mentioned issues with regard to mass and scale. If you were going to tell us, the council, this is what is going to happen next, what is it?
in consultation with staff, and Joel can jump in and support me here, we would recommend that we would proceed with the flame through an architecture and site application. That way we can get landscape architecture drawings as well as structural drawings that are dimensioned, so that way we understand the full extent of the proposal and its exact location within the Civic Center. So that would be step one. Step two is, as the motion already identifies, the specific artwork would be the flame. So that's step two. I think step three is, are there any design parameters that the council would like to spell out this evening? So I think through the staff report that you have in front of us, we identified some questions on page 4 that may guide your discussion. Right now the Civic Center has a very open look and feel. If the will of the council is to accept the walls, are there any limitations in terms of maximum heights that you would like to see, just given your knowledge of the area? Or conversely, we can go through the architecture and site process and consider that issue once we have something that's scaled and dimensioned. But any guidance is welcome, so that way we all know what our next steps are as we move forward.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to the maker of the motion. We have several issues that have been raised. One being, does the motion anticipate Planning Commission, Architecture and Site? Two, the motion does designate the flame design. Does the motion anticipate any design parameters? Does the motion anticipate anything with regard to the walls? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I was going to leave that up to the artists bringing it forward. I think it should go to the Architecture and Site after they bring forward their next more refined proposal. And as far as it going to Planning Commission, whatever the normal process would be, Ms. Manzo, I think, mentioned something about the we told them to go back to through the Arts Commission or something, but I don't know what processes were used in the past as far as something like this being designed. It's kind of uncharted waters. I mean, if we're viewing this in terms of it being a home, well, we know we go through Planning Commission and we know Architectural and Site and Design Review Committee and all those great things, but I think this maybe should go through the Architectural and Site, and then I'm not sure about the rest. I'd be interested in hearing what the other council members have to say.
Okay, so I see Mr. Rennie. So we have the maker of the motion is interested in having this go to Architecture and Site, which would be the Planning Commission. What about the seconder?
That's fine with me.
All right, Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I did drive to Sacramento at 6:30 this morning to advocate for the Alzheimer's Association, so I'm going to try to get my thoughts in the right order here at this time of night. My first thoughts is, the Veterans Memorial team kind of has been jerked around, so I don't want to create too much more process than we need to. On the other hand, I kept looking at this and going, well, this is not just a piece of art, because you're building a wall. It's going to dominate, the Civic Center, which is probably arguably the most important part in town. We just saw a house that came back for appeal. It was hidden off of Kennedy on a back road somewhere, and it got denied the first time because they didn't agree with the architecture. So, I want to make sure that we do the architecture correct in the place that's most visible in town. So when you say architecture and site, I tend to agree, but I'm wondering if it can be kind of a architecture and site light. You mentioned landscape architect. Again, normally when something comes from, a housing project, we would have an architect review it, and we would have a report from them that says something about it. We don't have any sort of third-party independent assessment of this. Mr. Davidge even mentioned that, we don't have a front view of it. So I don't even know if all of the views are there and everything I should look at, and I have no independent person looking at it saying, yeah, this is good, maybe they should change this. I mentioned I don't understand well if the curves match with all this other straight lines, the mass and the scale and so forth. So my preference is to keep it as light a process as possible, but I need some kind of third-party review on this.
Mm-hmm. If I may just make a comment for your consideration and deliberation, we do have the consulting landscape architect on our staff to help us evaluate projects, so they could provide some third-party guidance. And architecture and site light, I can appreciate what you're trying to achieve there, and I think that's our intention as well, as we want to get through a streamlined process. But we do need dimension plans, and then that will help tell the story along with a material board. In consultation with the town attorney, we don't have to go to Planning Commission for the architecture and site. We could just skip and come straight back to council, so that way you are the deciding body. We would like to bring the agreement with the foundation back to council for action anyway, so it's possible that we could combine those two efforts. And since you've taken the time to understand the proposal as a deciding body, that might make some sense, as opposed to needing to bring a whole new group up to speed.
And I see the process as the memorandum of agreement coming probably at your first meeting in August on a consent item, because that really would solidify your actions tonight and set forth that process of an architectural site would be necessary and where it would be going. So that would actually be the very first step, is getting that memorandum of understanding, because that really allows the veterans group to go out and really begin their funding. They could tonight after your decision tonight, but the memorandum of agreement would come in August that would explain that process depending on your decision tonight as to who you want to hear it and what you want to have heard.
Ms. Jensen.
Two questions. One is staff, one of the maker of the motion. The question for staff is that we heard testimony that there is or at least the organization understands that there is some difference between the arts process and the planning process. Is there a difference? And if you go through an arts process, are you exempt from our normal planning process?
I certainly don't read the arts policy that way. It doesn't say what that process will be. It says it'll go to the Arts Commission for a recommendation. It's a subcommittee going to a committee going to the council. But it doesn't talk about what that process would be with any art being proposed. So I never made the connection, and the fact that they're owning it did not take them out of that policy, or it didn't put them in that policy.
So it is subject to the normal planning process of the town if the council chooses to make it subject to it?
Yes.
Okay. So my question to the maker of the motion is, were you intending for it, through your motion, to go through the normal planning commission, DRC, evaluation, architecture and site, arborist, consulting architect, dimension plans, or were you considering something different than that?
All right, Mr. Leonardis.
Well, I would imagine there will be blueprints, right? Scale drawings, blueprints of this.
As your town manager and as property owner, I would sure like to see some detailed plans.
And they will be engineered and all those things. So whatever process it takes to do all that, which is so it doesn't fall on somebody's head and hurt them, right? I mean, obviously it would be nice to approve it tonight and have them build it tomorrow. I get that. But we have to have actual architectural drawings, schematics, all that kind of stuff, and that has to be engineered, approved, all those things that we normally do.
Excuse me. And I think what we would do is we would work with the foundation to identify exactly what elements of the application need to be completed. We can appreciate the need to want to do a streamlined process. So we would clarify what types of drawings are needed and that sort of thing.
Thank you.
We have the motion.
Well, excuse me, I didn't get my question answered by the maker of the motion. So what I'm hearing you say, Councilman Leonardis, is that you are not contemplating our normal planning commission process for this application. Is that correct?
Yeah, what the motion entails is an architecture and site review, which was anticipated to go to the Planning Commission, but now could go to directly to the council. Let me ask the maker of the motion, do you anticipate an architecture and site coming directly to the council?
So I don't want to step on the toes of the Planning Commission. I mean, obviously, that is the normal process.
All right,
So-
well then let's go to staff.
Because it's public property, and the final decision should rest with council on any type of structure that's being put on public. So it's just whether you want to have that recommendation coming from Planning Commission. But I certainly wouldn't recommend that Planning Commission be the final deciding body since it's public property as opposed to private property. So
All
it
right.
depends whether you want a recommendation or coming directly to you.
Back to the maker of the motion, do you want it to go to the Planning Commission first, and then here, or do you want it to come back directly to the council?
I think then it should come directly back to the council, based on what the attorney has just told us.
Make a seconder?
I agree.
All right, so we have an architecture and site coming directly back to the council. Mr. Rennie.
Tried to raise my hand for a while. Just quickly, I was going to ask the maker of the motion to make it come directly back to us. I don't think we need the extra process in there. So I agree with that. And just a couple other comments I haven't made yet, really, is I think the flame is the better decision. I actually think it's kind of brilliant the way the helmet gun cross is hidden inside the flame, because I think people that appreciate that will find that when they come to it. But the fact that it's kind of hidden by the flame, people that don't appreciate that won't be offended by it easily, because they'll have to come find it versus they happen to be driving by. So I actually think that's a pretty brilliant part of the design. So I don't know if you did that on purpose, but thank you for making that easier. I also, when I compare the two designs, I like the lower platform that the flame sat on than the Eagle. I think that's good. And then my only other comment is I'm a little worried on the height of the wall, but maybe more drawings will show that.
All right, I'm going to support the motion, but I'm going to be, when it comes back to us as an architecture and site application with more drawings and better renderings, I'm going to be looking at things like height. I'm going to be looking at the mass and scaling of those walls. I am going to be looking at the visibility or prominence of the cross inside, the soldier's cross inside. So these are issues that I will still be evaluating, and I'm glad that we're apparently going to make a decision on which artwork the group can now go forward and promote and fundraise for. Ms. Jensen.
I appreciate and honor all of the work that the veterans have done. However, as a longtime planning commissioner and having seen how the town evaluates projects, be they from a second-story addition to a house to a whatever it might be, and as minor as it is, I think it's important for a project that's going to be as prominent and as hopefully valued in our town as this one, for it to go through the complete process. And what I've heard in the testimony tonight, even from people supporting it, is, well, I wonder about the materials, or I wonder about the height, or I wonder about how big around it is. These are all things that usually get vetted through our planning process. So unfortunately, I'm not able to support the motion if it doesn't go through that planning process like other applications.
Further discussion? All right, I'm hearing none and I'm seeing none. So we have a motion before us. I'm going to ask Ms. Pravetti to tell us what the motion is, please.
The motion is to accept the recommendation from the Veterans Memorial and support the foundation for the selection of the Flame of Liberty concept. Two, to provide direction regarding next steps, which was the architecture and site application coming back to town council with scale drawings, more community involvement, a materials board, detail regarding mass and scale of walls, heights, visibility of the Soldier's Cross, recognizing that those are still issues that would be evaluated through the ANS process.
All right. See no further questions. I have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Ms. Jensen voting no. And we are 5 minutes to the bewitching hour. You probably can ask a question of staff over here offline. Well, I'll probably be the only no vote. All right, we still have work to do, people. Either quiet down or leave. Ms. Sayak.
To accommodate agenda item 19, I move that we extend our meeting to 12:30.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 12:15.
Well, it's actually 12:30, so. Staff report, please.
Good evening. I'm Monica Wren, Economic Vitality Manager for the town. In the interest of time, I will move quickly through the staff presentation, and as always, we are here to answer questions. Before you tonight is a draft policy for entertainment to be allowed in businesses by right before 10 p.m. and with a late night entertainment permit after 10 p.m., given that current noise ordinances are met. In October, the council held a study session, at which time they continued it to November, and then asked that a series of economic vitality issues be looked at. The Council's ad hoc committee took on alcohol and entertainment. As we began to look at it, it was apparent that alcohol and entertainment aren't exactly the same, and it made the most sense to take the two apart. So before you tonight is just consideration for entertainment. Alcohol is still pending further review. There are a couple scenarios that could happen. The code is currently silent on entertainment, so by enacting this policy, anybody who doesn't have a CUP that explicitly disallows entertainment could immediately move forward and have it should this be passed. Anybody who has a condition within their conditional use permit that prohibits entertainment would need to come back for a CUP modification, and there's a couple different ways we could do that, and we can talk about it a little bit later in your discussion. As always, we're here to answer any questions that you may have, and the ad hoc committee did spend quite a bit of time drafting this, and they too can probably help guide this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Rennie.
Well, my question really is jumping to how you would do, you're suggesting offer businesses kind of a group CUP modification, and some are going to have alcohol involved with it, so it has to go through all the steps, and some will not have alcohol, so they don't have to go through all the steps. Would you say everybody come on the same day and you all do the first step, and then those that don't need the next steps are okay? And how would this work?
So we would provide the grouping as a way to cut the cost for the businesses, but each business would could be enacted on independently. It wouldn't be a requirement that they come through as a group. Also, what our suggestion is that it's just that condition that you're considering, that we're not opening up the entire conditional use permit, that we're not considering the alcohol as a piece. It would just be that condition. The reality is that of those who have it prohibited, there are several who would likely come through on their own to plead their own case or to make their own case based on why that provision was in their use permit to begin with. What we have the majority of our conditional use permits say is that they must comply with the town's entertainment policy, and we've yet to adopt one. So this will allow those who have been waiting on this pending policy to move forward.
If I can follow up, I apologize not remembering what's in here at this late hour, but so one of the conditions I thought was if a restaurant had a bar, an only bar, then there was not the by right entertainment. Is that still in here? And if it is, that sounds like it would change the group process that they go through. Or am I confused?
I'm not sure I understand that question, but the alcohol and entertainment are completely separate from one another.
So in earlier versions of trying to do the music entertainment part of it, there was different conditions where if you had a separate bar, you didn't fall into this by right entertainment. Is that still in here?
No, that is no longer in here. The two are completely separate.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of staff? Okay, now, I don't have any cards. Does anyone wish to address us on this agenda item? Seeing no one coming forward, I will close the public testimony of the hearing and go back to the council for questions, motion, comments, and I will recognize myself for comments. The entertainment issue in our town, especially downtown, has always been of significant concern to me because of the potential for noise. Because I've heard of people downtown who are concerned about noise, who have had bad experiences with noise, and I have been one of them. And so what we're doing with this policy is we are taking only those businesses that have CUPs and allow them to have entertainment, and now broadening it to every business in the entire town. And that is of concern to me. I have had conversations with staff prior to this meeting, and it's part of, I think, the information that they have distributed to everybody that says we will have a compliance officer who will address complaints, but there's no specific time frame in which this compliance officer will address complaints, and so that is of concern to me. And also, it's not clear to me, and this will be a question of staff, how will the community be aware that we have this new entertainment policy that allows entertainment by right until 10 p.m., that allows complaints to a compliance officer, how to get a hold of the compliance officer, how we, as the community, as the council, know whether it's being effective or not. I don't know how this is going to work. What I hear is a recommendation to just accept it and go forward. And so I'm looking to staff for more answers and direction than that.
Thank you for those questions. As far as community outreach, our approach would be that it's a single message, that the message talks about what the new policy potentially is, as well as how you can report a concern, what those contact numbers are. I see the messaging being the same for both businesses and residents. We would use all of our modes that we already have in place. We would use our business connections and outreaches that I have through property owners, through business lists. We would also use our social media. We could use our what's new. We would use, much like the leaf blower, just an avenue of ways to really reach out and give the same message to everybody, not one message to businesses and one to residents. It would be one universal information packet.
Thank you. And I actually was thinking about the leaf blower outreach. And how will the council know how effective, how many calls there are to the compliance officer, if any, how fast the compliance officer responded, how will we get the feedback?
We could certainly keep that information and provide it to you in a timeline, say 6 months, 3 months, whatever you would prefer to have. That's definitely something that we can track through our code compliance system and would be happy to provide that information.
Okay, those are all my questions. Any other questions, comments, motion? Ms. Jensen.
On behalf of the policy committee that has drafted this and worked on it, I just want to give some background. We thought it was very important to split alcohol from entertainment because oftentimes the complaints we get about noise or that we get about entertainment has to do with a club or a dance hall that has alcohol, and so it's loud. The notion was that if we split off the entertainment, which we haven't been able to do because it's been combined with the alcohol, that we could actually be able to address just the entertainment, not the associated issues that happen with alcohol and entertainment. Normally the complaints we get are those things that are happening after 10. So what we tried to do is present the council with a very, very simple, which is what we hear from business owners downtown. Please make the rules simple. Please make them straightforward. Please make them applicable to everyone so that they can understand them. This policy tries to do that. So I'm going to actually make the motion that we approve this policy. I think it's adequate to address the late night issues with noise. We ask for noise compliance. This council has approved Music in the Park, Jazz in the Plaza, and other events with a simple noise ordinance compliance. I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that for other businesses throughout the town. Providing entertainment does give another placemaking destination reason to come downtown. It's an amenity I think that our residents will enjoy, and this is a way to incorporate that. I'm very happy to have a check-in, just like we did with whatever it was. It's too late for me to remember what we were checking in on. Oh, Soul Cycle. I'm happy to have a check-in on this as well to see how it's working. In 6 months, and I'll incorporate that into my motion.
Mr. Rennie.
So I guess what I'll do is I'll go ahead and second the motion, but I also want to request whether you'd be willing to add in some, it doesn't seem to be part of it about being able to do some kind of group CUP modification. Do you want to add something in on that?
I'm happy to figure that out, but I don't know where.
I wouldn't put it into the policy, but certainly you can make that as part of the motion. We were just going to allow that to happen if we can work out the logistics of that.
So you don't really need it as part of a motion?
As part of the policy, but it's part of the motion. If you want to include it, that would
I'm
be
happy
fine
to include it.
that.
I'm happy to include it as part of the motion. With direction to staff that they work with businesses and incorporate that, but I don't want to make it part of the policy itself.
Sounds good to me. I'll second this motion.
Oh, we have a motion and a second. I will not be supporting the motion because of the 6 months. I would, if it stays at 6 months, I will agendize it in September in any event because I want to get a feedback after summer. So if you change it to 3 months, I'll support the motion. If you leave it at 6, I'll bring it back at 3 anyway. So I'll leave it to the maker of the motion.
Well, it doesn't sound like it makes any difference, but I do. So my motion is as it is.
Okay. Further discussion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I know we've been talking about this for a long time, and this is one of those things that's chicken and the egg and the chicken, I don't know. But I came up with some thoughts here. One is, you got the 10 o'clock thing. What if the 10, just give me 10:30, 11, who's going to be enforcing those kinds of things? So I hope people will adhere to it. And I know we have our compliance officer out there that we recently re-upped, thankfully. And my other thought was, all these things we're trying to do to bring in vibrancy, it's not going to help without parking in a lot of respects. And then last but not least, it's really up to the business owners to be responsible for vibrancy. You can have all the great music in the world, but if you have bad food or you have bad offering or, a bad scene, nobody's going to patronize you anyway. And if you bring in bad music, it's only going to make it worse. So there's a lot of establishments out there that people might not go into no matter what until they change the carpet. And I'm going to just leave it at that.
Further discussion? Hearing none. We have a motion on the table. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Passes 4-1. Mayor voting no. We're done. Adjourned.